Hi, boys and girls. Thank you for joining us for Saturday night's Let's Talk Geeky. So, guys, how was your week?
Oh my goodness. A busy week. A busy week. I've, as a few people already know, I've been battling the current kung flu, whatever it is. Um, but I've managed to come back, and I'm back in force, except for my voice, which is still taking its time. But otherwise, it's just been a busy week in work, and the week's just flown by. It's just absolutely flown by.
Yeah. So, how did your how did it feel when you were doing your
The script doctors.
Yes.
Yeah, it was a bit of a struggle, I have to admit, but there was a few of us that were really under the weather, so we were kind of joking, calling it the sort of geriatric stream. It sounded like the stream was sponsored by COVID or something like that, but even though there wasn't any sign of that, but it was pretty funny actually. It kind of helped that a few of us were sort of in the similar boat, so I didn't feel quite on my own, which was good. But we got through it. We muscled through it, and we had a really good time, as we always do.
Excellent. Always fun.
Yeah, they're great fun.
Yeah. Well, what about you, Jim? How's your week?
You guys know I've been up to mischief as always. But yeah, I did show you a few things I've been creating and playing around with. But I've had a rather fortunate week. It's been a week where I've had more time on my hands. Work has been hectic as usual, but it's literally been I can actually clock off at 5 o'clock and then just go make dinner and then go Amazon Prime, Netflix, whatever. So I've actually managed to catch up on a lot of things, and it will lead into my pick of the week. But I managed to find a lot of Russian film content recently, and I've been absolutely blown away by how absolutely well done it's been. Storytelling, cinematography, camera, actors, the whole thing. And even though I don't have it in a physical copy, I'm definitely looking for it. But I will give it as a recommendation later on this evening.
Yeah. Well, you've been lucky. This week I've been hectic. Had a couple of days off for my wife's birthday. And I didn't marry her just because her birthday's the same day as doctors, but that was just coincidence.
Oh, well, happy birthday to Mrs. PJ.
So we had I had a couple of days off, but the last 3 days I've been busy.
Yeah.
Because I had a couple of days off, we were obviously up early getting things so we could do things and stuff like that. It's just been hectic. That hectic. Today was the first time I had a long line 2 weeks. I didn't get out of my bed until 1 o'clock. It was great. I had a nice long lie. It was fantastic. That's my Christmas present. So that's it. I know my Christmas present turned up. My wife's Christmas present to me turned up. I'm not saying anything.
Oh.
A few of my toys have already arrived,
Yes.
but they are meant to take some time. So I have unfortunately, it is from not the 2017 Star Wars, but it is from the 1, 2, 3.
Well, I've got
it is
definitely a couple of wee bits and pieces turned up, and I must admit, it's always fun when that happens, isn't it?
Oh, indeed it is. And have you been a good boy and not opened anything, or have you opened everything?
I'm sorry, I don't know you, PJ, that well, but I'm assuming that if it has your name and
it's going to be opened. Yeah, I open things.
No, basically the one I've got, it's not open, but I've got a rough idea.
Done.
I've got that sitting there waiting.
Oh, that's the one you teased us with last time.
Yes,
yeah, that's very exciting.
Still sitting there. That one there as well. I need to actually try and get this so it actually
Oh, look at Darren in the chat. He's being very multi-continental.
Uh-huh.
And yes,
Oh,
the
yes.
pronunciation, Darren, is god kväll.
Excellent. Thanks, Jim.
Yes.
That's really cool.
All right. So Colin's in. Oh, I meant to say, Colin, I got your email. I tried to reply to it, but I kept getting a bounce back saying it wasn't recognised. So you're either there's something wrong with it, or you've done it properly, so I can't reply to you. It's a hard, smart way to do it. Don't want to get a lot of crap from me. So I'm just going through catching up the chat, and I'm not even going to try and pronounce that. So yeah, I'll leave you with that one, Jim.
We've got Archer. We've got the abominable Mr. Hyde.
Yes,
Good
and
evening.
I'm hoping we're going to have making an appearance at one point as Grandma Miranda or the librarian lady.
Yes.
It's basically when she put that question up, I thought I need to find my T-shirt, so I dug it out, especially. So,
Yeah, I'm feeling a bit gutted that my company decided, okay, it looks a little bit bad with COVID and everything. No more going into the office for the rest of the year. And I had literally started rolling out, like picking out my Christmas T-shirts and everything. It was like a little bit more merrier. And
yeah,
I've dug out my Christmas T-shirts and jumpers, and they'll be getting more every Saturday right until Christmas. So I've got my T-shirt for next week, and then it'll be 2 jumpers.
I still need to find myself with the humbug Christmas hat or something.
I've got that.
Yes.
I'll dig that out for the Saturday before Christmas. Then
yes.
Go full bah humbug.
Yes, I like your Christmas hat, by the way.
Thank
PJ.
you.
Very festive. Very good.
This is my go to sleep hat.
I've got the Christmas light in the background, so I'm making an effort.
Yes.
See, my hat for next week is sitting here as well. I can't find my Joker's hat. That's the only hat I can't find.
Oh, the Jester one.
The Jester one, yeah. I had the Jester. I cannot find it. It has been years since I've seen it last. So I went round. I've got my other hat sitting here for next week. I've got the Bah Humbug for the final week, but the week in between, my hand is catching all the wires because of these straps in this. Keeps catching everything. But I'm one hat short and I can't find it. I'm not a happy chap.
Oh no.
So my Jester's hat is the only one. And it is the actually more expensive of them all. The one that I lost, not the cheap one.
Oh.
I was going to say Amazon to the rescue, but since last week, I've been hunting for Christmas decorations put up in the background and everything. It's like delivery, December 20th, 25th. Is that? I don't need it when Christmas is over.
Yes.
I've got these. That's just a reset. That was the 100. You can get them 50s, 100, 200, or 400. And it's just them. So I'm going to get a couple more of them, just put them around. But what I'm going to do tomorrow, yes, I can see them all flashing. All your Santas.
Yes, both of you. I love the light setup. Very nice. I love lights.
I'm going to change my room around. I'm going to take my desk from here and put it over there.
Oh,
so this
big
will be
change.
behind me instead of the side of me.
Oh, very big changes then.
Literally, I'll need to empty all the shelf, the table and all the shelves at this side, move everything around, move the desk, then put it all back together. This side will not change at all, so it will just be behind me. And that's why I want more of these, just so they got behind me.
As a fellow IT person, how will your cable management be?
Oh, my cable management's superb. It's already all managed. All I need to do is just literally move the whole cable pack stack around. It's already managed. I've already got all my cables organised. I've even got them all attached to the side of my desk.
I wish I could say the same.
No. The only time I've got messy cable management is when I'm using these things.
Yeah, someone needs to invent the untangable headphone wires.
So yeah, I'm actually at the moment I've been thinking. So I even caught up. I'd actually bought these for a stream. I ended up opening them because I was too impatient. So more magic cards. So
Oh,
another
those are
5
cool.
packet. And
That looks like a
unfortunately,
full deck of Magic.
it's just 5 packs. It's basically just all random. So
Oh, okay. Well, it's 60 cards because that's kind of the thickness because you have 60 cards in the deck.
okay. If I go into here, hold on a sec. Right. This is one of my deck boxes. Surprise, surprise.
How cute.
Da.
Right. And I open them, and there's my deck sleeves.
Oh my gosh, that's so
So
cute.
I like taking mine quite seriously, as you can imagine. I've even got the divider in here. I need to take them out. See,
Oh, nice.
one-handed.
That is awesome.
So, even got the divider. The divider comes in. So there's
Yeah.
my deck there, Jim. That's a 100-card deck.
Wow.
So that's, and I've also got miscellaneous type. So I've got my dragon deck is all dragon sleeved. I've got my dinosaur deck all dinosaur sleeved.
Oh, I love
got-
the sound of the dinosaur deck. That sounds really cool.
Yes. And I've even got my Bruce Campbell deck or my Ash v the Evil Dead and an Ash v Evil Dead deck with all the sleeves and everything. All even I've got that's the one I've even got a play mat for. So that's the one that I've been building for a while. I've never play tested it, so it'll probably be rubbish. But it looks good. But I need to get more play mats. I want a play mat to match all my decks. It's terrible. I'm actually a bit. I think I'm going to be a
But
bit
I
over
think
the
that's quite nice though. That would be ideal, wouldn't it? To have a
Yes.
dedicated mat for each deck.
Yes, it would be.
Yeah.
You can get them. However, you're talking about a mat could be anywhere between 15 and 25 pounds.
Eek.
And
Yeah.
I've got at the moment I've only got 6 mats, but I've got about 40 or 50 commander decks. So you can
Oh boy.
imagine why it's taken me such
Yeah.
long. So yeah, I like to try and dig me, but I had no patience because I didn't have a lot of time. I got that. I thought just opened them and actually just messed around with them. So I didn't even have time to do the video for that because same again, takes me about 15, 20 minutes to record it, but it's editing it down. It's an absolute forever. I didn't have the time, so I decided, bugger it, I'll just open them and play
Yeah. Lovely.
because it only takes me 5 minutes to open them all. Go, ooh, rubbish, good. And that's
Yeah.
it. Then I need to catalogue them all as well, but that'll be done over the next week. So, apart from that, I managed to catch for the first time the Nightmare Before Christmas.
Yes, and us.
So it's the first time I'd seen it.
Yes, same
I'd
here.
heard about it. I was aware of it for a long time, but terrible.
Oh,
And
we seem to have lost Colin. His internet is having issues tonight. Sorry to hear that, Colin.
I only saw that one. I saw it there.
I hope it comes back and you can come back and join us.
Yeah, definitely. Sorry about that, Colin. Sorry we're losing you, but thank you for joining us. But it's terrible. And yes, you could go wireless with the headphones. I've got a set of headphones here, which are wireless. However, there's limited to what you can connect them to. That's the thing.
Yeah, they can be a bit fussy.
Yes, because some of the things that I use it like this is connected to my soundboard. Although my soundboard's wireless, it doesn't allow things to connect to it. It only connects out.
Okay.
So it is
a little bit tricky. Yeah.
So I've got the Bluetooth headphones, I've got Bluetooth sound card, but none of the two of them work together. So
I have a funny story. My voice is so low at the moment that the Alexa devices keep whispering back to me because they think I'm whispering to them.
that's really weird.
I say, what time is it? It's 8 o'clock.
They think
I'm
you're
like,
hiding
what?
in the cupboard. The one thing I don't like about Alexa, because you know what it's like. Shut up, Alexa. Oh, every time you see her name, that's the thing that annoys me.
Yes,
Especially when you're
she's.
on YouTube and you click in and an advert comes up. No, I don't want to order that because it
I
says
know.
the advert comes up and tells that you order it. So they must know that that's going to do that. So those
Yeah.
adverts really annoy me.
Yes. Yeah. In fact, we what ours does, and I'm sure everybody else has noticed this, when you're watching certain films, suddenly it will interpret a word as a wake word and it'll suddenly wake up, or it'll interpret a word as something that you've asked for to search, and it'll start just spouting random information. And
Yep.
we're kind of looking at each other like, what are you doing? Yes. Yeah, Darren talks to it like, he gives it the Picard voice. I think my voice is too low.
Yeah.
For
Well,
me, it's mainly been you're watching a scary film or something, and it's suddenly I just don't know why Alexa's picking up on it, but it's like the cellos, the violins are like they're upping the music because they're walking into like a dark area, and suddenly you hear boom boom, and it's Alexa in the background that just wants to like you want something.
the funniest one I had was my wife was watching the TV. I think it was Robbie Williams, and he was telling the story about how when he asks about himself, it always plays this other person, which isn't Robbie Williams, it's something Williams, but it doesn't recognise Robbie Williams. But obviously, it's when he's in the UK. When he's in the States, it works, but when he's in the UK, it doesn't. So he actually gave the demo by calling to his device. I'm not going to say it because it's going to go off, and says, "Could you play Robbie Williams?" And his device and our device both said exactly the same time, "Do not recognise this. Did you mean and played this other guy?" So that's the part I'm sitting there thinking, "Gonna stop telling my stuff to do." Need voice recognition so other people can actually switch yours on. So, but I must admit, so that's the week's been a wee bit fun. It's been a bit weird. And this morning was the first time I actually managed to get a nice long light catch up. And
Good.
I didn't even actually catch a lot of Friday night fights last night either. I was just knackered.
Yeah.
Watched a wee bit of it and then a wee bit this morning, and that was it. So I've still got, where is it? Okay. I've only got 2.5 hours of it so far. So still got plenty to watch. So it's been fun, fun, fun. So it is. So, Nightmare Before Christmas.
Yes.
So what did you think of it?
I thought it was good fun. It's funny that it was actually, I mean, what year did that come out? I mean, that's been out a long time.
I've been 1993.
Wow. So I think at the time that stop motion animation was still really
That
a
version of
big,
stop motion animation, yes. But
yes. Yeah, exactly. Because obviously the stop motion's been around for a long time, but that particular type,
yeah,
exactly. It just seemed at
the
the time that
combination
must
of
have
the
been,
old and the new did work really well for it. I must admit,
yes,
that's the one thing.
I
I
thought
one or
so.
two of the things that I could say were very positive was the story or the animation just worked because yes, it was a new way of doing things, but they used all their old understanding of stop motion and still. So it wasn't a case of they suddenly brought all this new way of doing things in and forgot everything they'd learned before in the past. They still used,
Yes.
and you could see by the way it it went, it looked really good. Do you know the
Yeah.
one thing I must admit I really liked, and I compared it to Lord of the Rings when I was watching it.
Mm.
see the bit, is it Sally? When she walks
yeah.
down the hill, I thought, look at that for stop motion. You look at, remember Lord of the Rings when they're running through the caverns of
Moria.
Moria, and it
The
looks as if
Mines of Moria.
the
Yeah.
Mines of Moria, it looks like as if they're running too fast for what they were meant to be doing, because the animation just always comes off a wee bit off for when they're actually trying to portray humans or human type. So it looks too fast, or sometimes it'll look too slow because they can't get that speed perfectly. I think, and I was sitting there thinking, look at that in comparison to that. That looked more natural than that one did. Yet, when was Lord of the Rings and the money they threw into that to try and get it? Yet that animation just looked wrong. Whereas in this one, it
Yeah.
looked great.
Yeah.
I like that, Jim. I like that. He's got his pause button in.
Yeah. What I did like about it was that it was obviously a very personal project, I think, for Tim Burton. He was obviously very passionate about it. I noticed in the credits at the end that not only does he always collaborate with Danny Elfman, but that Danny Elfman, if I read it correctly, actually did the singing for Jack, as well as performed did the musical score as well, but actually did the singing. Am I right about that, Jim?
Yeah, so they've had a long-standing collaboration. I don't know how great of friends they are or everything, but they seem to really mesh, have good ideas together. So Tim Burton comes up with like a script or an idea or like a visual, and Danny Elfman, amazing as he is, he's just like, oh, this is music that would sound perfect, and it just matches.
Yeah.
Yeah, it does. It's a very like I said, it feels like a very personal project because it's unlike anything. It's a very original type of a story. It isn't patterning after anything else. It's clearly a complete story, completely on its own. And I was just reading the wiki page, and it actually says The Nightmare Before Christmas originated in a poem written by Burton in 1982 while he was working as a Disney animator. So that was really interesting. So again, it just seems like something he obviously had in his mind for a very long time, and then finally had the resources to be able, and the contacts obviously to be able to put it all together.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me when it comes to him. And films like these, they seem. This is probably why we are a bit spoiled compared to films and TV shows made today, because it's basically, oh, we got 600 million to blow, we're going to make a film, you got 6 months.
Yeah,
Whereas,
was this not one that after he'd done a sum, it got really good profits behind it? They asked him what he wanted to do, and he said this, because it gave him the opportunity to do the one he wanted to do.
I believe there was something around it, especially for this one. This was something he wanted to do because he's had it for such a long time as an idea.
Yeah.
What I picked up from it at times were very Seussian vibes as well, in terms of some of the like the jalopies and the cars and the devices almost had a very Dr. Seussian sort of vibe to them. So it had that real otherworldliness about it.
Yeah. I know it sounds silly, but when I was watching it, I was thinking, for a Christmas movie, this is a really good Halloween movie. And for a Halloween movie, this is a really good Christmas movie.
That is why it works
November's
so well
perfect.
for me. For
The end
me,
of
it
November
is
is
the start.
perfect for watching it. I thought the end of November was the perfect time for watching it, because a month ago it was Halloween, and a month's time it's Christmas, right in the middle.
Yeah.
But there was things that I must admit it went drop for me, but I think the main things it was really good for were things like the animation, the music, which sometimes can be a wee bit jarring. And I mean, and I love musicals, so even some musicals I like, there's always a dip because some things never seem to work when they're singing about something. You're sitting there thinking that.
It actually comes through in a lot of the musicals.
Mhm.
Even in like smash productions, say like ABBA. What was it called? The
Mamma Mia.
Mamma Mia. Yeah, uh, there are the hit songs that are like they are way above and beyond everything else, and then you have like, oh, okay, it was an okay song. That
Mhm.
was all there was, but they had to kind of put it in, fill out the time, or like add to the story.
Yeah.
And I find that with almost all musicals I've gone to,
See,
it's like
I do enjoy a good musical, and I must admit, a lot of these songs were definitely on point.
yeah,
On point, as in within the story, they worked, and it wasn't a case of it just carried the story. It sort of sometimes the music enhanced it
yeah.
because of the way the story was getting told. Like when the three kids were singing about Santa, it was creepy and it was informative, but it was still fun to listen to what they were going to do and all the ideas they had. It was that.
Mind you, and in case if people in the chat haven't seen it, the Halloween Town people don't call him Santa. It's Sandy.
Sandy Claus,
Yes,
because they think
because
he's got
they haven't
claws.
really talked it.
Mhm. Sandy Claus. Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. So you look at a modern movie or a modern TV show, all that exposition, sorry, not expedition, exposition, is actually spoken out, whereas that is the way it should be done. If they want to give exposition about what they're going to do and how they're going to go about it, it's done in a song. It's part of the thing, and it's entertaining in that way. It's like watching Mary Poppins
Mm.
and a spoonful of sugar. That is a exposition about how shows how Mary can do magic and how she wants you to tidy up and help you out by a spoonful of sugar, help the medicine go down. And it's basically
Yeah.
that song is all about doing chores and a good way of doing them. This one
Yeah,
is a similar
just a
idea.
little bit
It
of
is a case of
sweetness.
we're going to be creepy, we're going to do this, and we'll sing about it. And it's actually really good. It actually suits that part very well because it gives you the exposition of what they're going to do or what they're thinking about doing without actually somebody sitting there going, yes, we will do this and we will do that and we'll catch them and we'll do this and we'll do that and we'll do. Because you can imagine if they actually had that story with the three of them just sitting around, we could do this, we could do that. You would be sitting there thinking, really, you're giving all that exposition about things. Whereas in the song, it works.
Yeah,
It's the same as the law. It actually works it to further the story and
but
actually tell you the
it
thoughts of the characters.
came from our era
Yes,
where they did not think that the audience were silly or would not grasp something.
yeah, and
Because
it's
if you don't pay attention to the song, the lyrics, or what they're singing about, you kind of miss a little bit what's going on.
mhm,
But they do it so cleverly. So some is dialogue, a lot of it, because it is mainly a musical,
Mm.
they do a lot of the exposition and like bypass like the cheesy, easy way out. They
yes,
put it in a song, and therefore you don't notice that you're being told what's going to happen or why something is or
Mm.
who someone is. And uh, again, it is one of my favorite let's get Christmas started films.
yeah.
Yeah, it's
It definitely is the way to do it because, as I said, it's a sort of in betweeny, right after
mhm.
Halloween and Enemy, and it is a good start point for the Christmas movies because we did
Yeah.
the V for Vendetta, and so
Yeah, loved that film so much.
yeah,
I found watching this, I would have liked to have seen a bit more interaction between Jack and Sally, because it seemed like they went from hardly knowing each other to being madly in love sort of at the end.
Yeah.
And I thought Jack's character, I would have liked to have seen more of that element of the story maybe coming into play, a little bit more interaction between those two, because there was some great potential there. You know,
I must admit, that was the one thing I did note, and it was probably jarring for me, is, you saw the love struck of Sally, how she watched and monitored Jack, how she tried to help him and guide him, because thingy and that. And then whereas Jack's completely oblivious to it, and then till the end where he just turns around and goes, "Oh, I love you," end of story.
It's like, wait a second.
There is a little bit of that, but even without being told, so no exposition or anything, right off the bat, you get the idea that Jack is disillusioned with the Halloween. That it is not enough for him. And Sally is
disillusioned in her own way.
Yeah, she is, but she's essentially a kind of a Frankenstein's monster, but she's at home, so there is no like villagers with pitchforks or like flaming torches or anything.
Although
but she can still not, she's still not being allowed to play or interact with that world.
That's right. So
the evil scientist was the voice of him as an actor I really like. William Hickey.
He played the scientist.
You'll recognise William Hickey. He's the one with a very deep voice. He's been in a lot of things like that, a lot of really good movies. It's just one of those things. His face. I'll see if I can actually find something. There he's there. You'll recognise him. So he's just got one of those faces that is just so recognisable, and I like him in a lot of the stuff he's been in.
Oh yes.
Oh my goodness! Yes, I recognise his face. Yeah,
he's been in a lot of stuff. Like
he always plays that gravelly voiced character. Yeah,
you can see him there. That's what do you call it? That's Monk. I mean,
Tony Shalhoub.
Yeah. So he's been in a few with them. He's just one of those character actors. There is them there.
Yes. He is.
Even when he was a lot younger, so all his early stuff, he had that dead gravelly voice, and it's just
he's like a perpetual,
a professional grumpy old man.
Yeah, definitely. He's definitely made it work for him, though.
Sorry, PJ, that position has already been filled.
I can appreciate that for some reason. I don't know what it is.
But they're probably, because I like the film, I haven't done my usual geekiness beyond knowing it's Tim Burton, Danny Elfman. I haven't done like a deep dive into who did the voice, who did this, and not even looking into who did the actual stop motion animation. It wouldn't surprise me if there is someone that we really know, but it's because it's just such a fantastic and an enjoyable film.
Yes,
it was. I enjoyed it. I don't think it's the greatest movie I've seen, but it's definitely up there with a good, entertaining movie. It is one that you could actually sit and watch it and think, yeah, I like that. But do you know one of the voices that I had to go and check? Because I'm sitting there thinking, I recognise that voice. It was the Harlequin demon, Greg Proops.
No way.
Yes way. I'm sitting there thinking, I recognise that voice. Where the hell? And it was because I was watching, believe it or not, I'd been watching on YouTube over the last 2-3 weeks.
What's this nonsense?
I would pop in and watch, what was it? It's not Whose Line Is It Anyway? It's the American one where the four of them stood up. You had Greg Proops and you had Colin Lattery and stuff like that. in the UK they used to do it, and it was Tony Slattery and stuff like that would do it. Even had Robin Williams doing it. So I would watch occasionally them, and it's I just can't remember. It's not Whose Line Is It anyway? It's
Yeah, I remember I know the one you mean, and I used
Yeah.
to love to. I love to watch.
yeah. Well, Greg Proops
watch
is
him
a
do that.
mainstay on he was on a mainstay on the US one, but he had been in the UK one a good few times. So he was, and I was surprised it was him. I just wondering where I recognised the voice from. And then when I went into it, there was a few other ones that I didn't even realise they did the voices for it. But one or two I'd actually recognised the names of, and I thought, nope, would never have guessed them. And that's when, like even you're talking about Danny Elfman. I didn't recognise him as the voice of Jack. I just did not recognise him yet. I'd seen him in a couple of other things. His voice was just it. A lot of the time you don't really notice the voices because it's the person you recognise. Very rarely somebody's got a very distinct voice. You think, I know who that is. There's occasionally one like the evil scientist. He plays the Dave Bradley voice. I recognised it and I knew who that was. It was only when I was actually, and I thought the Greg Brooks one, I didn't know who they played the Harlequin because I recognised the voice, but I didn't know where from. And it was when I was going through and I actually noticed some of the other ones. Paul Rubens played Locke. Is that not Pee Wee Herman?
Yes.
Uh-huh.
And what surprised me was that I read that Chris Sarandon played Jack. And I was listening to Jack's voice and I was thinking, who is that? I couldn't place him.
Yeah. It was a Chris Sarandon, sorry, no the Danny Elfman. Danny Elfman did the singing voice.
He did the singing voice.
Yeah.
And then
so it
Chris
was the
Sarandon
Chris
did the
Sarandon.
talking.
It was a Chris Sarandon one. I didn't know that it wasn't the singing voice, it was the talking voice.
Yeah.
And it's
And Catherine O'Hara, which I believe she was from, also did the Home Alone movies as well.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
But
She's a brilliant actor.
For me, when it comes to stand-up voices, it's William Morgan Shepherd.
Yeah. Well,
you will recognize him anywhere, anytime.
Well, Catherine O'Hara's already been in one of the ones we've discussed in the past. A singing Halloween type monster-ish movie. Beetlejuice.
Oh, yes.
She was in that.
Love Beetlejuice.
And because remember the bit when they're all sitting around the table? Remember?
It's been a while since I've seen
she's
it.
sitting at the table with them, you know what I mean? You're sitting there thinking, yeah, and her voice is unrecognisable, yet I think it's the same idea. It's one of those ones you recognise the face, but the voice you don't really put as her.
Yeah.
Yeah, as soon as I realised it was her, you're sitting there thinking, wow, I would never have been able to name that person. It's some people have just got that type of voice. So it is. So I need to catch up. I'm actually trying to catch up. Oh, we've got a troll thing. So
I've sorted it already.
Have you? Great stuff. Thank you very
Yeah.
much. I've just marked it as a block anyway, but see these weird
Thank you.
They're just weird. They go, I'll put my name as something really weird, and you're sitting there thinking, it's not even funny weird.
This one's, I think, just a run of the mill.
Yeah, it's running the mill people who think they're funny, but have got zero personality or sense of humour, and that's the problem. If they come up with a funny name that people looked at and smiled and laughed, that's fine. It doesn't matter if it's got a swear word in it, but it's just the fact is they put these up thinking they're funny, when that just basically points to the personality as
it's just narcissistic behaviour.
Yes, that's exactly what it is.
And we're definitely the wrong crowd for the, shall we say, youthful troll. It's like, really? Is that the best you can do? I saw worse 25 years ago.
Oh God, I've seen worse. Christ, growing up, my family have actually said that. and that's the thing. But my family
Was
got
it was
me.
what is it? Cuba Gooding Jr.'s character says in "As Good as It Gets." Remember that? My grandmother had more attitude.
Oh yeah,
Oh yeah.
I basically. I don't recognise it. I don't remember the quote, but I do recognise the part where it is almost a case of really. My grandmother could actually do better than that. But it's really weird. It's really, really weird. Hi, Karen. Thank you for joining us. Wings. I remember Wings. I
Wings
didn't
been
see
a
a lot of it.
long time ago.
Yeah, it was. But see, anytime I hear Wings, it reminds me of the British TV one, um, Flying High with Victor and Barry, Alan
Yes.
Cummings as the pilots. That's what it always reminds me of. Yeah, I know the two of them are completely different. They're just about airports and stuff like that. So it was. Didn't even know. Aye.
The thing is, even without the 7 Seas, I've been fortunate enough to live in locations where it's been fairly unrestricted. So you managed to stumble upon like amazing content that was literally geo-targeted. It's like, this is only New Zealand, this is only like America, or only for Canada, or only for like Ireland.
Yeah.
I just been fortunate enough to just come across and it's like, wow, this is amazing, funny, really creative storytelling. And you can tell it's not just the writers, it's not the producers, it's just not the camera crew or anything. It's even the actors in front of the camera. You can tell they really enjoy what they're doing. Because they know they are definitely on to something. They're having good fun.
It's just a case of that. See, the thing is, when somebody's actually having fun, basically my head just went and it went blank. Literally went blank mid sentence. I'm getting old. I'm getting really old.
I know that feeling. I'm glad I'm not the only one.
It just went. What happens now? Can I get
But it is the old saying: get the job that matches up the things you love, and you will
Yes.
never work a single day in your life.
Exactly. If you enjoy your job, and if you can actually make a job out your hobby, yeah, I mean, if you enjoy doing it, perfect. I wish we could all get a job out of our hobby.
Oh
Like
my
maybe even
goodness, yeah.
things like, right, we need to get you
But my
40,000
job
for
is
admin.
very stressful, but it comes, I wouldn't say easy, in case my boss would ever watch this live stream or the recording after, but it isn't easy. But for me, it comes naturally. What I need to do, I understand every single piece on the board. I understand all the concepts, everything I need to get done. And I can actually see it. I can run completely autonomously without needing input to get whatever needs to get resolved very quickly.
Yeah.
And for me, it doesn't never really feel like work. And I feel it's probably a lot similar for old school directors, say Steven Spielberg or Tim Burton. When they make their films, they don't see it as work.
Yes.
It is passion. It's something they know how to do. They do it really easily, even effortlessly.
It's basically I'm similar position. I'm actually just been trying to block this.
I've taken some action as well.
I know it's just actually I think maybe so I've been a wee bit distracted. But what are you wanting?
And now you're getting the dogs attacking you from the left field.
Hey, come on up.
Much more fun.
Yeah, definitely.
Hello, sweetie.
Your buddy was having a fit yesterday, did you, son? We had one of your fits.
Oh, he did. Oh, bless him. Look at him with his dad. I like his sweater. What's his sweater say?
I'm only here for the food.
That's very accurate.
The two dogs have got that I'm only here for the food, and I've got the exact same one. It says I'm only here for the beer. I will do it for that next week. No, it's not.
No.
2 weeks time. Next week will be.
Oh.
You
need to get him like a little.
The dog has no clue what it says on the sweatshirt, but
No.
he's definitely.
No,
happy
the
to
dog
live
is
up to it.
well aware because he knows if there's any pies, I'm the one that's eating them all. Isn't that right? Isn't it? So
Yeah.
You
need to get him.
He's a good softie.
You need to get him a little co-host seat that he can sit in.
One in each shoulder for the two of them.
Yeah. Like Hugin and Manoonin.
Right, can I get some peace and quiet now? You've actually been up to what?
Oh.
You need to get like a doggy bed camera or something where they sit in the background of the room.
The thing is, I can get the spare camera and point it down. So hold on, I need to get into their shelf for all the treats. Right, now give me some peace and quiet. That's why they do it, because they know fucking well. Right, if we go up and annoy him, he'll open that drawer and feed us. Yes, yeah, that's Buddy, and the other one's Benji. And Buddy's the smallest of the two. Although for Yorkies, they're not small. My sister's
I was just going to say that they look a little bit.
Yeah,
shall we say,
my
well
sister's got
fed.
two, the mum and dad of those two, which both of them are smaller. My niece has got two from the first litter, and they are tiny in comparison to mine. My two are the biggest two of all the litters they've had, bigger than the mum and the dad, and Buddy is bigger than the mum and the dad, and Benji's bigger than Buddy. Benji's the big beefy one. Benji's the PJ maybe of my dogs. The beefy one. Honest, and he's got a beard like me. He's got a beard.
Yes, they do.
Yeah,
he's like the Gandalf then.
That's what it is. Basically, people always say you start to look like your dogs, or your dogs start looking like you, and I think they're right. So yeah. So, and I'm starting to look like the dog, or else Benji's starting to look like me. He's going grey at the bottom.
Well, that's what they say about dogs and owners. See, they start to resemble each other.
Yep. And they're right, definitely.
What's the T-shirt say, PJ? I ate every available pie. Very good.
Yeah, that was the one from librarian lady or Grand Moff Miranda. She put the who ate all the pies, and it reminded me I had the T-shirt, so I dug it out and I posted it on Twitter earlier on after she'd made the comment. She made the comment 2-3 days ago, so it took me a wee while to dig out my T-shirt.
And PJ, we have a VIP in the chat. Have you noticed? I love it.
Yes, I'm caught. I give them sneaky
busted
all the time, busted. But she is aware, because if I look at the top drawer, it's got all my sweets, and I look at the drawer underneath, and it's got all the dog sweets. So she is aware that I keep buying their stuff, and that's why they like me more than you. But yes, I'm caught. I'm caught. The dogs are probably, that's why Buddy's went through, and he's actually went through and going, ha 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 ha. I have got to eat. So Benji's sitting there going, told you had them. Grass me up. They grass me up. But yes, dearest wife, I'll stop giving them treats. Not a chance.
I have to admit, though, it'd be hard with those little faces.
Yeah,
but
well,
I do see where Mrs. Maybe is coming from, however.
Yeah, the thing is, I am quite aware that I need to buy their loyalty. They get my wife gets the loyalty naturally. I have to buy it, so hence the reason why I've got the treats in my bag. I know where my loyalties are purchased. But at least he's not, which I must admit, talking about dogs, I did like Zero, the ghost dog.
Yes, I
Ooh,
did.
yes.
I really
And
liked
every
that
time he
character.
barked, my two went off in one. Every single time I had to keep saying, it's on the TV. So
What I loved about Zero was that immediately, like, they pointed out that he had kind of a glowing little nose. And I thought, oh, I bet I know where that's going, because I saw that and I thought, oh, I hope he gets to be in the front of the sleigh, leading the way, like Rudolph.
Smoke, and he's giving it. Oh no, my whole time. Your nose, you could guide us. Really? I wonder where he got that story from. But yeah,
Yes, this I believe.
yeah, I can believe it. Yes.
Yeah, I can definitely believe that, because
Yeah,
George Carlin did a great riff about that decades ago now, but he nailed it as well. He was saying dogs have eyebrows that they can manipulate. And what did he say about cats?
Do not surprise me when it comes to Colin. I mean, such an amazing, quick-thinking individual.
Oh, George was brilliant. I miss him.
Yeah, George was
miss
great.
him so much. Yeah, but his riff, if there's one of his early routines on the difference between cats and dogs, is one of the funniest things you will ever listen to. It's so funny.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, I'm atheist, but his reduction of the 10 Commandments to 2 commandments, that's just sheer genius.
Yeah. And Kelly, you're right. That's another difference between cats and dogs. Dogs will love you if you give them treats and love back. Cats will love you if they decide you're worth it. Dogs will love people who aren't worth it because they get treats and they get clapped and taken out for walks. A cat will go,
Don't sell dogs too short here, because dogs are opposite to cats. A dog can be extremely loyal if they just understand that you're their friend, even without treats or anything. They will be there for you.
Yeah. And
whereas
Kelly,
cats will go.
We've discussed this in the past between cats and dogs. I would say 99% you're correct. Dogs have owners. Cats have serfs, not staff. They don't treat you like they're
was
owning
saying
you.
in
They
the
treat
chat
you
at the
like
moment.
they own you. Yeah.
What I was noticing, Kelly put cats don't have them as in eyebrows, and that was part of George's thing. You know, when he does, cats don't have eyebrows; they just have a bunch of shit sticking out of their head.
There's one thing I will say that has always stood out to me with the cats I've ever had in my life. I wouldn't say own, because you don't really ever own a cat, but cats are very much like ladies. If they don't like shoes, they will tell you in the most horrific way possible that they do not like these shoes. That is, and sorry to go on the gender binary thing. It is men and women. Women like shoes. Men have no clues about shoes whatsoever. But cats will go, no, that's not good.
Yeah, I can actually even give you a better one than that. I'm just actually getting rid of this junk. Is the difference between a cat and a dog, right? My two dogs, if they want up, they'll jump up until you pick them up. I had two cats, and if they wanted up, they climbed up my back, literally, up my leg, right up my back, to sit my shoulder.
As a teenager.
So it wasn't a case of they decided if you wanted up.
When you're only in your underwear.
Yeah.
Because they will climb. They don't care if it's clothing or skin.
Yeah. And I've had my dogs and cats doing that. I've had the dogs actually jumping up. Please lift me, lift me, lift me. A cat saying, "No, I want up there." So they would just climb up my legs and my trousers and my dress trousers and shirt up my back to sit my shoulder just to see what was happening. And literally, I've done that. I had to walk about my flat with my motorbike gear on because my cats could decide at any point they wanted up. So I couldn't sit about with a t-shirt or a shirt. I had to have my biker gear on so they could actually climb up without literally ripping me to shreds. The door went. I think I'll sit on your shoulder to see who you're answering the door for. So they would
Yeah,
climb up my back
I've
while
done
I'm
the
actually
same
standing
trick.
there.
I will say I've done the same trick with motorbike gear, but cat's claws, when they really want to grip something, it will cut through diamond.
Oh,
Yes, and I actually have a little story about cat's claws and cutting through things. I can't remember if I told you guys this, but a couple of months back, I was just settling in. We were settling in to go to bed, head just nicely on the pillow, and Roscoe, one of our two cats, who's he's the maniac that was mentioned earlier in the chat. We call him Captain Chaos.
yeah. There's
Decided,
a thing called Destroy It.
yeah, and everything on the shelf, under the shelf, next to the shelf. You know, he's very thorough. But he stepped on the pillow where my head was to get up onto the windowsill above us, only he slipped. And normally he would latch on to the curtain with his claws, so much so that when he's done it in the past, he's pulled the entire curtain and rod down on our heads in bed, which is always fun, hence the nickname. But this one night, we were just drifting off. He misstepped on the windowsill, and instead of getting hold of the curtain, his back leg slipped off, and he landed on my forehead, and I heard a ripping sound, and I felt a sound. I felt like a tearing sensation, and then it happened so quick. All of a sudden, I felt very strange, and I could feel like wetness all over my face. And I sat up, and when I tell you the amount of blood, I looked like I had just come out of a slasher film set. I had blood everywhere. It was all down my clothes, running down my face, down my arms even, because it was coming out so readily from the very top of my scalp near my forehead. And it took us like 15 minutes to try to clean me up enough to be able to actually see what the damage was, so that I knew whether I was going to need to be stitched or what was going on. And it turned out it wasn't actually a very big cut, but it was very deep, because he's got really, really long claws. Mm-hmm. And he must have just hit a little artery or something, because honest to God, we ruined like face cloths, towels. They were just saturated in blood. It looked like a murder scene. So that was our evening that night, and Roscoe was just looking at us, watching us like a tennis match, back and forth to the bathroom for towels. And, then I had to clean up all the blood all over the mattress and the pillows and everything. And honest to God, he thought it was quite amusing, I'm sure. He was sat there watching us like...
Definitely, cats have that kind of
definitely
thing.
like Kelly, I've got actually sympathy pains as well. It is a piece of...
But we love him dearly, because he has the special superpower called cuteness, and he is a very cute individual. And
that's where a lot of animals get away with things.
He can really pretty much wreck the place, and then we're mad at him for 5 minutes, and then he just looks at us, and then we're carrying him around like a little baby again.
Cats are at the top of the marketing curve as it comes in terms of cuteness. No, a cat is a killing machine.
Yeah.
And it can kill animals even larger than themselves with no problems. But we just go, oh, how cute, little catty. Come here, kitty.
You know how the most successful cats do that? They'll come into your kitchen, knock something off the table, and as you walk in, you'll see the dog standing there, and you'll think, you bugger, out. That was a 400-pound bag. The cat's sitting there going, shouldn't have done that.
Yeah, again.
It's actually gone, he's out.
again, that is actually from George Carlin's bit as well, because you can tell if you walk into a room and there's a lamp on the floor, you can tell who did it just by looking at the dog.
Yeah, because the dog's no idea what's happening. Going,
yeah, the cat's like, "What's that? Saw that? Not me. I'm a cat."
Yeah.
Something break? Ask the dog.
Yes. There was one that did that as well. There's a YouTube one. It's basically the dog. It's the dog and the cat. The cat's taking out all the food for the dog, and the dog's just basically bringing it out. The dog's sitting there eating it, and then as the dog's sitting there, you hear the door opening in the background, and then the cat will knock something over on top of all the food, and then just disappear. And the person walks in, and there's the dog surrounded with all this food, and things smash around it. And who got the blame? The dog, because the cat is the one that's actually knocking the food off, so the dog will come in and eat it, and then it knocks everything else off, and the dog gets the blame because there's food there as well, so the dog must have actually been hunting for food and knocked all that stuff off the table.
So something hilarious I had, and this was when I was maybe somewhere between 11 and 13 years old. We've had this alpha cat for the longest time. I kid you not, when I say alpha cat, if he was taking a stroll out in the garden, birds went silent. As in, there were no bird music whatsoever. There was no like tweeting or whatever. It just went dead silent. They knew exactly who he was. And for some reason, my dad got another cat, and he was also an alpha. Not as scary as the first alpha, because obviously he wasn't known to the local wildlife. But the funniest thing ever was watching them sort of, it wasn't a fight over the food bowl, but it was literally drag the bowl, I take a nibble, the other cat goes, no, it's my bowl, take a nibble, and then drag back, take a nibble, no, it's my bowl. They were literally sitting. They were not fighting. They were not like hissing at each other or anything. It was like, nope, it's my bowl. Nope, it's my bowl. Nope, it's my bowl. Nope, it's
I've
mine.
seen cats doing that quite regularly. I've actually seen cats and dogs doing that. Usually it goes along the lines of, that's my bowl, and the dog's sitting going, okay, when you're finished, can I get some? That is it. The cat just comes over and goes, that's mine. The dog will go, yep, okay then. No problem.
It reminds me of
I would very much believe a dog would do that, but these two cats, it was like, you had a bite, it's my turn. No, you had your bite, it's my turn.
Makes me think of Cat from Red Dwarf going down the corridor going, that's mine.
That's
That's
mine.
mine.
That's
That's
mine.
mine.
Yeah, definitely. See, the thing is, when I had cats, I had them, they were kittens, and I took them over to my brother's. My brother had 2 half-staffs. So the 2 kittens were there, a wee bit terrified, but I knew the 2 dogs were big kids.
Is this story going to have a happy ending?
Oh, very, very, very happy.
Oh my God, thank you.
Unless you're the dog. But the dogs I used to go in, I used to play with them, and they would bite at everything you had, but see if they even clipped your finger, even slightly, and stop dead. Yeah, I didn't mean that. I mean an accident. But they would chew everything you had in your hand, but they would never get anything in your hand. So I knew they were fine. So I'd take cats, and because I was staying at my brother's because we were getting things organised, and I was staying overnight. I didn't want to leave the cats, so I had the 2 cats, and the cat sitting like that behind under the couch, and the dog going, "What's under there?" And the cat went once. The 3 dogs avoided them, the 2 kittens. So the kittens would come out, and that night we thought, well, we'll leave them downstairs. They should be fine. We come down in the morning, the 2 kittens are on the dog beds plural. So there's 3 dogs, 3 beds. The 2 kittens are lying in and the 3 dogs are lying outside.
Absolutely. Spot on.
It was a case of they did one that was it.
Yeah.
The 3 dogs decided, you ain't getting involved in that.
We had
I used to have a half boxer, half bulldog. My dad used to leave it down in the work. My dad was self-employed, and they'd leave it down in the work to guard the work. And they could always tell when the place got broken into, because the dog was up at the door scratching to get in, so he had to go all the way down to lock it. So, and you could always take the guys who used to steal Well, they didn't steal. They used to break into it because if it was raining outside, they knew the locks weren't great and the dog was inside, so they would break it in. But if they didn't want the dog to go up to my dad's to let him know so he would come down and lock it, they would bring a packet of biscuits. And as they kicked open the door, they would just actually hand the biscuits to the dog, and the dog would come in and sit with them while they were sitting having a drink inside the hut. It's really funny, but my dad used to have cats down there, obviously for keeping mice under control.
Mm.
And my dog used to be scared stiff because once it sniffed at a kitten, and it scratched right across it. It still had the 3 scratch marks across its nose. So every time a cat came anywhere near the dog would run. Half
Yeah.
boxer, half bulldog, and it was terrified, even of kittens.
Yeah.
But it
Used
is
to run.
kind of the thing that we grew up with. Say something like Tom and Jerry. It's cat chases mouse, dog chases cat.
Yeah.
For anyone that's ever owned a cat or a dog, you know that there is
That
no
might
truth to
that's
this.
Yeah. In
No,
theory,
exactly.
that's how it happens. In practicality, the dog chases cat gets cornered, dog runs.
Cat wins.
Yeah, every single time. But I must admit, nice and lovely segue from Zero.
Yes, very much so. I think that's what got us on the
It was, but
subject.
it was either that or else Buddy was just coming up actually to distract.
But,
us.
Yeah.
but Zero, like a lot of, shall we say, pets in films, I really, really love them when they make them well. And I will give
Yeah.
this. It's John Carter, the Disney one, not the book, the Disney one.
Yeah,
That unfortunately was a flop. It's
it
Zila
had the
or
dog in it.
Keela or whatever she's called.
Mhm.
It's not the dog, but it's like a Martian dog. But she's loyal. She's always there. She's
Yeah.
fast as lightning.
Yes.
She doesn't mean to cause trouble. I say she, could be a he. We never really get told whatever she could be, but that's the kind of pets that I like. And there's tons of films that do pets really well, and you can
Yeah.
tell whoever was on the creative department, they are
Yeah.
definitely pet owners themselves.
Yeah,
Yes.
You cannot tell
you
stories
can
like that.
tell a good story with a good pet story in it. But the one thing about this is they had the occasional cat in it, but I thought it was missing maybe a bit of not so much antagonism between Zero and a cat, but sometimes you get a movie, it's got a bit of fun between the cat and dog. They might avoid each other, or else the
Just a
one
bit of
goes well.
light-hearted sort
Yes,
of
a light-hearted Spot chasing everything, but it come across a cat and go and over the top of it as if it wasn't there, as if they'd never seen it. That type of
Yeah.
thing, just to show how some owners see dogs and cats because my dog will go after everything, but for some reason it seems to ignore that cat as if it's not there because it knows fine well if it goes over to the cat and barks, the cat's chasing it, so it'll just ignore as if that cat is invisible to it. It'll just avoid it. And I've seen dogs do that to cats. Literally, they'll bark at everything, but the cat could walk right past them, and they'll act as if it's not even there. So if something's beside the cat, they'll bark at that, or
Mhm.
but they'll just act as if the cat is just not there, which is
Yep.
funny. So I was hoping for a wee bit of that when I saw the dog, and I had seen the cats. Obviously, you see occasional cat pop up because obviously Halloween witches, you're going to have cats and stuff like that. I thought there would have been just a wee bit something like that. It was a wee bit disappointing not having a wee bit light relief with that.
Yeah, I think as a film, I enjoyed it, but I found, like you said, PJ, I wasn't completely blown away by it, but I thought the animation is obviously fantastic. The music, fabulous. I would have loved to have seen more of the love story between Jack and Sally developed a little bit more. Doesn't have to take over the whole thing, but just developed a little bit more. And then I think, as you say, a little bit more comedy maybe between Zero and the cats, and something to engage that character and use that character a little bit more than just, the way it was used, which I
instead of
thought was
just
good.
being the Rudolph or
Yeah.
the very generic atypical dog. Oh, there's Jack, or there's Zero, so Jack must be around because he's a loyal dog. That type of thing. Oh, nobody saw Zero or Jack, so where's Zero? He's gone as well. It was that. It was almost a very stereotypical dog loyal to owner. So if you don't see the
Yeah.
owner, you'll not see the dog. And if the dog's there, then there's something happened to the owner. It
Yeah.
was almost like that, and I would have liked to see a wee bit more with that.
I think it's down, obviously, to having to keep it within a certain time frame. Obviously, it's not a very long film. It's only a little over an hour, isn't it? So I think they did a great job, within the time frame that they had. And I actually would have loved to have seen more of the story sort of drawn out a bit between some of the characters, to give it that a little bit more of a feel-good feeling. But I did find some of it funny. I was reading about the actor that played the boogeyman, Oogie Boogie, which was a gentleman by the name of Ken Page.
Yeah.
And he was he had a great voice, and I can see from Wiki he also created the role of Ken in the original Broadway production of Ain't Misbehavin', which is an absolute classic of a play. And that said a lot, I mean, his voice lent a lot of credibility to that character because he just had such a great jazzy, charismatic voice.
Yeah.
So I think that was one of my favorite bits.
And I must admit, I don't recognise a lot of them, and the ones I do recognise, he's only been wee bits in here and there. So, I mean, things like Cats, I saw that one. Touched by an Angel, that was a TV show with Michael Landon.
Yeah.
And he only played that. He was in but the Grace of God. He played a single character in that one episode. So he's been in bits and pieces, but he seemed to do a lot more with voice acting than he has with, like, he's done video games and stuff like that. But then again, he played. It was the video game. He actually did the voice of the Oogie's Revenge. So he obviously played the Oogie Boogie again in the
he's got a
video
fantastic
game.
voice.
But he's done a lot, and more recently, so from about 2004 to 2020, he's been doing videos and he's been doing games and stuff like that. So he's done more voice over the last 6 years than he's done acting. And I think you can see why, because he has got such a charismatic voice.
Yeah, some people just have that. It's just so magic. And you definitely like pay attention to it easily. It's like Stephen Fry. I love him in most of the content he's been in, but for me, when he does audiobooks, he has
QI. I used to
QI
watch
is
QI all the time,
TV show.
right up until Sandy Todvig took over, and I like Sandy, so I do. But she's just not the host. She's a good guest. But
yeah, she's an amazing guest. She's literally on par with the what's his name?
Alan
Is always the one that's getting kicked around.
Yes.
But she's definitely on par with him.
The thing is, she is as intelligent as she's got an intelligence factor as high, almost as Stephen Fry's. She's got a personality very similar, but the problem is she's trying to step into Stephen Fry's. I don't think anybody could have stepped into that role after Stephen Fry. and she had a very difficult job to do. She is good, but unfortunately to me, it's Stephen Fry. So I stopped watching it, although I do like her, but it's just
Yeah,
because
it's the same for me, and I mean, it was an unfair decision to try to get her to replace or be Stephen Fry,
yeah,
because there is only one Stephen Fry.
yeah, exactly. He's been actually in quite a good few things, like Chance the Million. He was in that. That was one of those TV shows I was talking about. He was in that. He played a minister, a priest in it. We've got that nutcase again. Mm, so,
You've heard about the cat in the hat. We've got the twat in the chat.
yeah,
Very,
I just keep logging
very
it and
accurate
reporting it.
description.
So he just obviously just keeps and taking a new account and stuff like that. But it's keeping my it's added, it's constantly adding one to my view count. So thanks for that. As the captain used to say, at least when they're coming in, it adds to my view count. So I suppose there is that. So every time they come in, that's another view. So thank you. You're doing me a favour.
I thought of something I loved about this film, Jim, and it was we both noticed it. I don't know if you picked this up, PJ. You know the mayor character. Did you notice he had? Well, you obviously would have noticed he had the two faces, which I thought was very clever. You know,
Yeah,
a nice little sort of jab at the politicians.
I was sitting there thinking,
He's got two
right?
faces. Yeah,
And then I realised when he was walking, you saw it in the back. Yeah, I did notice that.
that was
And typical the mayor. I can't make these decisions. I'm only a vote thing. What was it?
I'm only an elected official. I
I'm
don't
only
make
an elected
decisions.
official. I can't make these decisions. And yeah, and being an elected official with two faces, I thought was really funny. The smiling face when he's doing everything, if something wasn't going his way. It's very typical elected official. So he definitely got that one quite well. So, Wend, what did you think is the score wise for this? Before we go on to Jim, who did it, he's going to get the last one because he's more experienced in this one.
right. I'm gonna say probably 7.5 for me.
Right. Well, you covered a lot. I'm going to cover. I must admit, the animation in this was absolutely top notch. The characters in it were really good. The music in it was very good because it kept the story going without having to slow down for what's going to happen or what we're going to do. The songs did all that. The two things that actually got me was one, it was a bit shorter. I think it was something like just an hour and 10, an hour and 15 minutes, something like that. It could have been longer. It could have, even the next 10, 15 minutes would have been enough. But I think they had the under impression of it's an animation, you can't have it too long. Yeah, but that's not how it's a movie. It should have been a wee bit longer to get it in. But I think because of the time constraints, it caused one of the other issues was I don't normally like a love story at all. It's the type of movies I usually go, can't be bothered. However, this one, it's not so even so much the love story. You saw Sally pining for him. You saw her trying to help him out, and he's just oblivious to what's happening around him. And then at the end, it seemed just to rushed in that he's suddenly in love with her, and then it stops, and you're sitting there thinking, eh, you need a bit more. You can't go from completely being indifferent to suddenly in love. There's no bit in the middle, and then when they get to that point, they cut it, and it ends. There's no. I think there was no satisfactory ending to the love story part, and I think that's the considering I actually don't normally like that. It just seemed a bit jarring. It would have been better if they were just maybe they didn't have that bit at the end with the song with the two of them declaring their love. You would have had maybe a one where they were just becoming a bit closer, and you would think that's going to continue on because he's noticed her and now he's paying her attention, whereas he wasn't paying attention. I think it would have been slightly better that way rather than actually jumping. It's almost like they jumped a bit to get to the
Yeah.
end and then stopped it. I think a wee bit where it was a case of he's now realising she's there and a bit more attention without being too stroppy and too quick. That was the only negative parts of it. But I would say probably those two wee parts actually, I would have say about 7 I get as well. You're obviously a bit higher up than that with the 7.5, but I would say a 7. It's by no means a bad movie in anything. The only thing would be that wee bit, which is if they're introducing a love story, they have to do it. They can't introduce a love story, skip to the end, and then finish right at that point.
Yeah, I
Because
think
that part just was a wee bit jarring, but I don't normally like love stories in movies and stuff like that. Romantic subplots, I can understand them, but
Mhm.
when they've got things sort of just shoved in for me, but that one just because of the way it ended, it just seemed a wee bit too quick to skip it
yeah,
because
I
he was
did
completely oblivious to her till that point, and then he suddenly went from being oblivious to that point, and it just was a wee bit jarring.
mm.
But then again, I'm an old cynic. Maybe that's just how people are. So, Jim,
Right, so we have a 7.5 and we have a 7.0. Um, this is tricky because this is my go-to film every year.
Yeah.
It's literally what I watch because having friends all over the globe, especially American friends, where they have the Thanksgiving and the whole concept, and obviously Halloween is spreading across the globe, but it's mainly an American thing. This film for me is literally what does the split between this is where Halloween is, this is where Christmas starts.
Mm.
And there is a gap. November should be kind of like a calm down period, don't do anything, but the story, the plot, everything, the music, all of it literally bridges these two really nice, lovely holidays together, and it's like it brings them closer to each other. Um, I'm not sure I can actually give it a proper or fair scoring, if we put it that way, because for me, it's a film I thoroughly enjoy.
Yeah.
Is it the best film or animation or stop animation that I ever seen? Jason and the Argonauts. That's
Mm.
amazing stop motion
Mhm.
stuff.
Yeah.
But in terms of like bringing light-hearted, but kind of still a complex story, Nightmare Before Christmas does a really, really fantastic job. And I'm surprised that it had never come across your radars before because I would have thought, hey, it's Tim Burton, it's Danny Elfman.
Yes.
yeah, see,
Yeah.
I was aware of it. I just had never seen it at all.
I think what may have happened from my point of view is that totally agree, Jim. Tim Burton, Danny Elfman, especially when I first saw their Batman is my definitive go-to Batman film with Michael Keaton. That is where Batman stops for me personally. But
I'm
I
not
think
even agree.
because this is a sort of a Christmas themed film, unless it's a sort of comedy, I tend to sort of get a little bit nervous around Christmas films because they can sort of make me a little bit sort of melancholy and things like that. So even though this is quite a lighthearted love story as well as a sort of adventure, Christmassy adventure thing, and I actually love Halloween,
Yeah,
probably more
that,
than Christmas, really.
that's what I was saying. As a Christmas movie, it's a great Halloween movie, and as a Halloween movie, it's a great Christmas movie.
Yeah.
It
But,
sits
but,
right
but
in the middle of those two.
it's also part why I kind of wanted to bring it forward. It's I actually think it was both of you were saying that, oh, if it's a Christmas film but it's making me sad, I'm just turning it off.
Yeah.
This one doesn't make you sad.
No.
It's giving you scare moment, uncertainties, but it still goes along. It's bringing Christmas forward.
Yeah.
Rather than
Absolutely.
Even though we don't say it's a great movie, it's a good movie. But as Kelly says, you can still love a movie that is not great. You've seen some of the movies and TV shows I love, and they're in that no way on earth people can say they're great TV or great movies. I'm aware of that, and I'm okay with it.
One other thing I was just thinking, Jim, as well, is that I am, now that I've seen it, I do have a different opinion of it, whereas before I might have avoided it, worrying that it was going to be a little bit too tender and I was going to get too emotional watching it. But now I've seen it, I can definitely say it wasn't, it was one that I could have watched and I wouldn't have had to worry about avoiding.
Yeah.
And the first time I saw Zero, the dog, I was instantly on guard. I was like, nothing better happen to that dog.
The good thing is,
I know the dog is a ghost,
but it was already dead.
I know, but I still was worrying. That's me. I was still worrying, going, oh my God. Especially when they were shooting at Jack as he was in the sleigh.
Yeah.
And I kept thinking, Zero's a ghost. They can't hurt him. But that's where my mind went. It just took me out of the moment. And I was just like,
I was
you
very similar with you, but for different reasons. I had avoided it because it was a animation and it was Tim Burton. I'm not a great Batman fan. I know I have got one of these to show, and it's a Batman figure. So I have got a few collectible Batman figures, but you know my type of Batman.
The 60s Batman.
The 60s Batman. I like the campy, the comic book type Batman, the more darker ones. So because I'd seen the Tim Burton's Batman, I was put off watching this. And watching it was nice because it was better than I expected, based on the fact is I'm not a great one for Tim Burton's Batman. So it was nice. It was a nice one for that. So I had avoided it mainly because of the Batman. So I was aware of it, and I was aware it was an animation, but the subject material plus the fact is I'd seen him doing Batman and I didn't like it. I thought it's going to be down that route. Has anybody seen True Confessions? Is that the one with Arnold and...
No, I think what Kelly is saying, True Confession, While You Were Sleeping, is one of my favorite Christmas movies.
Sorry, I was thinking of the movie True Confessions with Arnold Schwarzenegger and Jamie Lee Curtis.
I think
True Lies. That is
True Lies. You're thinking of, that's a great film. But While You Were Sleeping,
I love that film, and it has some.
It was in While You Were Sleeping.
Really gorgeous ladies in it.
I know.
Obviously, everybody knows Jamie, but the other, the daughter,
the one she had the fight in the back of the limo.
Yes,
she was really good, and I don't know her name, but she's really nice, and she's really nice looking, but she is kick-ass, and you get the impression that she's an evil bugger, just for the simple fact how well she acts, because she was so nice and sweet sometimes, and then she seemed to just turn, and you're sitting there going, ooh. And that's the sign of a really good actress who can actually make you go, oh, fuck. Just in case.
Kelly was saying While You Were Sleeping is one of her favorite Christmas movies. Now I know which film, and I know exactly what you mean. I do love that film.
I don't recognize the name of that one.
I think it's a little bit of a chick flick, if I'm honest. I think I don't know, like, if Darren would go for it or not, or it's a lovely film. It's just and it's Sandra Bullock being her best, where she's very good at playing the every woman, the sort of I did really enjoy that one.
It's basically
Kelly said definitely a chick flick.
She wakes up every morning or something like that with an email or something, or a message.
Oh, you're thinking, no, that's a different film that she was in. This one is about if I remember correctly, her character is sort of romantically involved with one bloke, and he gets either hit by a car or he has some kind of an accident, and he's sort of in a coma. And while he's in a coma, she falls in love with.
Sounds like a Sandra Bullock film, but
It
I've
is,
seen
yeah.
a
I think
separate
it's like
one.
his brother or his best friend or something like that. They
think it
fall
was
in
his
love with
best
each other.
friend. I think
I
it was
think
his
it's
best
called
Yeah.
friend.
While You Were Sleeping, unless you
Yes.
said that.
That's the one
That's
we were
the one.
talking about. Aye, that one there, Kelly. And
Bill Pullman. Yeah,
Yeah.
he is. He's lovely in that.
Yeah.
Yes,
There you go.
1960s Batman is the
Yeah,
best.
definitely.
Adam
So-
West and a shark repellent spray.
Yes.
I
I
did.
think I have seen it, but remember, you need to remember, I grew up with 3 older sisters and I had 3 daughters. So a chick flick is not something I wouldn't have seen.
This is true. This is true. I forgot that, PJ.
You see, the only thing I can really categorize as a chick flick is the sparkly vampires from Twilight.
Yeah.
Oh, perish the thought.
There is no other. It is like
Yeah.
I do like a good.
I'm a chick and I wouldn't
rom-com.
watch that.
Well, neither would my daughters.
I like a good rom-com if they can make the characters believable and not like which one was it? It's 10 Days to Dump a Guy or whatever it's called. It's got Matthew
know the one.
McConaughey and whatever
Yeah.
it is, and the two of them separately, without knowing, they get the mission to find someone. The guy gets the mission, find someone, make her fall in love with you, and he's going, okay, that means full on commitment for the rest of my life, all that part. She is coming in to it because she has friends that have been dumped, mistreated badly, and everything. So she's going in and just going like, oh, in 10 days, I'm going to make you hate the ever living daylight out of me. But at the end of it, she's the one that is at fault because he's going in full. He's honest. He's like, this is who I am. This is what I do. This is my life. But at the end of it, the chasing sequence, he was the one that was wrong because he wanted to fall in love with her. And she did nothing wrong. And I just went, that destroyed the entire film because it was amazing up until that point because it had so many comedic scenes, like funny moments, interaction, and the chemistry between I think the actor's name is Kate or something, and Matthew McConaughey. They had really solid chemistry. But because the script demanded that, he has to chase her down to ask forgiveness for him doing wrong. And it's like, he never did anything wrong. That's where I hate I don't call it chick flicks. I call it more rom-com. It's romantic comedies. It's more...
See, the thing is as well, when somebody labels a movie a particular type, I know it sounds silly because we all do it. Like, for instance, a chick flick. Sorry, there's a lot that people class as chick flicks that I would say I really like. There's a lot that people class as, that's a typical testosterone movie. How many women like movies that are not supposed to be for women? And it's that thing. It's when you say something, you put it in a category. It's like saying that is sci-fi. Sorry, is it science fiction or is it science fantasy? Is it sci-fi or is it fantasy? Is it a Dungeons and Dragons one? Would you class that as sci-fi, fantasy, or is it fiction? It's when you try and put them into a category because they don't always fit, and that's the thing. You know what I mean? It's so when somebody says something's a chick flick, I wouldn't automatically say, "Well, I'm not watching it," because there's a lot of people class as chick flick, but I think are really good movies. So I wouldn't class them as chick flicks. Yes, they might be made predominantly for a female audience. Same as you'll get movies predominantly for a male audience. However, I wouldn't actually class them as you can't watch it if you're male, or you can't watch that if you're female. Yeah, it's a thing. But yeah, Twilight, no. Crap.
No, thank you. Definitely no, thank you. Let's see. I'm gonna.
Really... So, Jim, what was your mark for it? He's gone.
Oh, he's having a break, I think.
Yeah. He's probably going for a wee walk.
It's a good thing you played that after he left. Because if you'd played it before, he might have left. Excuse me.
Hi, Disaster there. Thanks for joining us. But I'm assuming he's going to be higher than 7. I would say about an 8.5. I'll wait until he comes back.
Yeah, I would. I know what he was saying, though. I think what he was saying was it's a little difficult for him to give it a score without that bias, because it's like myself. If it's a film that I absolutely love, I'm going to give it a 10.
Yes.
Irregardless if it has any flaws, simply because of how it made me feel and because I just have a passion for that film. Oh, thanks, Kelly. I'm feeling amazingly. I'm actually feeling a lot better than I was. Thank you. But I still have this. I now have this pesky, tickly cough that's probably going to be with me for probably the next 6 months. The way things tend to go in the winter.
Yep.
So I'm going to be living on Fisherman's Friend cough drops to the point where I won't be able to taste anything for the next 6 months either.
Well, do what I'm doing.
No, that's a
Get
fact.
yourself some mint.
I will say this,
some
TJ. Thank you for the water sound. It definitely helped with the absence.
That's what I do when I've actually got a tickly throat. I basically eat mint.
Yeah,
it's from my top drawer. That's my
this is diabolical. It's so frustrating.
Oh, I have a Czechoslovakian dealer. You really need to say that. She brings the most amazing candy that they had from home. That is, what is it called? Like the housewife's cure, or something.
Really?
It makes you feel better immediately, even when you are in the worst state. You just take one of these mental drops or whatever it's called, and
not mental, mental.
No, they're mental, not mental. No, I cannot really give The Nightmare Before Christmas a score, because obviously I'm biased toward it. It's something I suggested to you.
I tend to give a score to the one I'm going to actually put out.
So yeah,
but for me, it's definitely in the 9.0 range. It's because it's a film I always love going back to.
Yeah.
But it is also a tradition for me, because this film kicks off Christmas for me. Once I've watched it, Christmas starts. I will watch everything from It's a Wonderful Life to Miracle on 34th Street. All of these really great Christmas films. But I never watched any of those films before I watched this film.
Well, that's lovely.
The only one I watch, I must admit, or one that I've got a regular watch of, is White Christmas. All the other ones I'll watch whenever. So if I watch them in the middle of November or beginning of May, it makes no difference. That one, every Christmas day. Every single Christmas day, because that is Christmas for me. Whereas the other one, so I'll watch things leading up to Christmas, but I might have watched them February or March sometimes, because it's a movie I enjoy without it being it feeling like Christmas to me, although it's a Christmas movie. However, that one there, I can't, because that is a Christmas movie, and that is my Christmas movie, and that's the way I feel. So I watch that. That has to be on Christmas morning or Christmas Day.
Exactly.
So
If
even
you
if
asked
it's
us
10
to
past
review that
11,
one,
it'll go on. If I've not had a chance and I've been busy Christmas morning, that is going to be on Christmas.
but if
Right.
you asked us to review that one, and then we asked you what is the score, you would go,
10.
It's my Christmas film. It is
Yes.
kind of the same for me when it comes to the Nightmare Before Christmas.
Yeah.
That's what
It is.
kicks off Christmas, because now I'm in the mood.
Right.
I'm browsing Amazon, getting the Christmas like blinky lights and everything.
Jim, look what I've dug out as well. My Christmas shelf.
Oh, Die Hard.
I have
Gotta be done.
Hogfather, Christmas Vacation, Rabsy Nesbitt's Christmas Special, White Christmas, It's a Wonderful Life, Home
Home
Alone,
Alone.
Gremlins, Holiday Inn, Classic Christmas Comedy, and Abbott and Costello's Christmas Show. The two I've not got up there is, because they're through in the living room, is Miracle on 34th Street.
Yeah,
And
you see, I will give this. Christmas begins when I watch Nightmare Before Christmas, but it doesn't start until Hans Gruber falls off the Nakatomi
Tommy
Plaza.
Plaza. Yeah.
Yeah. That's when that's Christmas. That's when
Yes.
it begins.
I got my first Christmas card
Yes.
today, so I did, from a couple of friends, Bob and
Oh dear, I still need to order mine. It's
Oh, well done, Kelly. She's got her Christmas wreath up today.
Yep.
well done.
That's the next I've got to Christmas is those. And that's it.
My,
And that's the
my
only
lights
thing.
are already blinking.
Yeah.
Yep.
So,
We've learned our lesson. We used to have a full geeky Christmas tree with all of the Star Trek Hallmark Christmas ornaments and things like that on it. And then Roscoe came into our lives, and I still wouldn't trade it for the world. I love Roscoe, and I'd much rather have him in our lives. And we both feel that way. But we do miss our geeky Christmas tree because, and also the lights, and also everything else to do with Christmas. Because when you put anything up, any kind of decoration up, Roscoe finds a way to get up and rip it down. He's like Edward Scissorhands around any kind of Christmas decorations.
yeah, I'm trying to find. I made a Christmas tree one year, and I'm just trying to see if I've got a picture of it. It was one of my old Christmas trees that I had, that I sort of not so much decorated in a particular way. I sort of sculpted it in a particular way, and I'm just trying to see if I can find it. And I'm hoping I can.
I'll be right back. I just have to get my plug for my netbook because my battery is about to die.
No worries.
No problems. So I just actually try to see if I can find it, and a pound to a penny, I'm not going to be able to find it. It's not showing up. How's that? I basically made a Christmas tree. I had a white Christmas tree which I inherited from my mum, and I decorated it by just using my cosplay stuff. I made a couple of bits and pieces. I cut up tinsel just to make it a wee bit different. I'm just actually trying to see if I can find it. It's one of those there it's there. I have got it. Right. See, I made this. This is about 7 years old. That was my Christmas tree. As you can see, it's not the greatest picture, but it is literally just all I did was decorate it just with the bits and pieces of Christmas tinsel I had, and I just, as you can see, made my Dalek Christmas tree. Now, how sad was that? Oh, you're going to
That's not geeky or sad. That's actually amazing. it's passion, and you combine it with something that everybody's supposed to enjoy and like. It's like literally Christmas truce with
Yeah,
the Daleks.
yeah,
It's an homage to them.
yeah. And that's the thing. It's just it was something one of those ones I'd wanted to do stuff, and I didn't have a lot of cash at the time, and I had the tree my mum had given us, and it was a spare one, and it's the lights, a bit of tinsel, and I didn't even have a lot of tinsel. And I thought, I've got bits of paper and tubes and bits and pieces, and I literally just stuck it all together. A couple of tubes with a bit of card that I could just cut round, made it, and I was happy.
I
But
just,
that is a true sign. Sorry to jump ahead of you there, Windology.
that's okay.
But it's a true sign of a geek. If you look at obviously we've been in the coof lockdown for the last 2 years or something, so you haven't been to conventions and everything. But if you look at the start out cosplayers, it's literally loo roll and cardboard and cheeky, easy stuff to do, just like make it sort of look like the character you want to portray. When they get better, obviously the material and the tooling, the techniques, everything are better. But when you start off, literally the first thing you go is like, what do I have? What can I actually build? And this is why I so much love the geek community, because
Yeah,
the creativeness may not have been apparent to the people that come into it, but suddenly they realize, hang on, I got a couple of spare cardboard boxes from my Amazon order. I'll paint it, I'll shape it, I'll do something. Wow, it looks amazing. And I would say usually the people starting out in cosplay using what they have rather than going for expensive stuff, they are actually the most creative and most amazing people you will ever meet.
Yeah,
well, it's true, and I know fine well I keep on saying it's sad, but I still kept the picture of it because
it's
It's
okay.
really
not
happy with it.
sad, it's geeky.
No, but that's what I'm saying.
Yes,
Although I'll say
brilliant.
things like it's sad or my junk, I don't actually believe the words I'm saying because they're no junk. I wasn't sad. I was a happy chap when I did it. But it's just, I suppose, it's just one of those ones. So I'll say my junk before somebody else does because it diffuses what they say because I don't believe it. So I can say it all.
Yeah,
See, I might have bought sad maybe 30 years ago when I was like the lone teenager at school. I happen to like computers. I happen to like the comic books, the science fiction, the the books from Heinlein and Asimov and everything, and nobody had a clue. They had actually it's a joke to say today, but they didn't even have a Scooby what I was on about.
Mhm.
But today I can proudly pronounce I'm a geek, and people just go, "Eh, okay."
Aye.
But back then it was like, oh,
Yeah.
we need to
Well,
beat
if
the
I
crap
turn
out
around
of
and
it.
say to people, I'm a geek, they'll say, I've done that since you were about 5. You know what I mean? Because I used to sit on a Saturday morning with my dad sitting watching Buster Crab as Flash Gordon, Ming the Merciless with his spaceship going zzzz, with her on the string
Oh
and
yes.
stuff like that. And yeah, I mean Buck Rogers or yeah, I mean I used to sit and watch all that stuff with my dad on a Saturday morning, getting up and
yeah.
watching Lassie, Champion the Wonder Horse, the further adventures of Zorro and Banana
Oh,
Splits,
good,
all
good
that.
old black and white sorrow. That
Uh-huh.
is the best kind of. It's wrong to say that it's swashbuckling adventure, but it is as close to not being on the sea, but still being swashbuckling.
Hmm. Oh, I know. But
I loved
I'm saying
it when I was growing up.
I got brought up with all that, so I'm okay. I'm okay with it. I always have been. I was a geek, one of the only geeks in school, so I didn't care. I would still actually, people didn't stop me watching my programs. It's the same as when we were growing up, me and my brother. If he did anything wrong, my mum would shout, "You in the house." If I did anything wrong, my mum would say, "You out to play." So basically, if I was getting punished, I got taken away from the TV and sent out to play. If he was getting punished, he was brought in to watch the TV and away from going out to play. Two completely different personalities. But then again, that's brothers. You're meant to have different personalities. Helen,
It's
thank you
something
for
you
joining us.
always said. It's I know what I like.
Mhm.
I'm not following what any of you say I have to like. But then again, you are really nice people. You don't demand I have to like this.
Yeah.
You are geeks in the true form of it. It's
We'll
I
try
like
and
this
convince you why
and
it's
I like
good.
this. Oh, hey, you also like that part of the thing that I
Yeah.
like.
We'll try and convince you why it's good and why you're wrong for not liking it. But
Oh,
we won't actually disagree that you are allowed to like it or dislike it. And that's the thing.
You're not telling me I have to watch it.
Yeah.
It's like a suggestion. It's like, oh, we have the connection on these films or these TV shows or these backgrounds. It's like you might like this one. This is my favorite, by the way,
Hmm.
and something I feel really humbled by. I think this is the third film in a row or third story in a row you had not seen before. I presented it to you. You had the time to watch it, and you just gone not the greatest, but really enjoyable. I
Oh,
absolutely loved it.
yeah.
I think when just drop us on us.
Yeah. Well, Wendy, don't know if you just got kicked or your internet's gone, but thank you for joining us. And anyway, do you know what we'll do? Do you know what we'll do? Since we've done the movie, we shall do
Pick of the week.
for pick of the week. I don't have any DVDs.
Oh,
Oh, me now.
I have a doozy, so I don't really want to go first because I found interesting material that I just had to pick up.
No, I've only got two wee things, and it was two toys, shall we say? I picked up, and so you want me to go first because mine's are dead easy. But Wen's trying to
Bring it on.
reconnect, so I will do the Batman one first. Remember, I
You've
got
been
those
hinting on
Batman.
it. I've seen
Yeah,
you itching. It's like I want to. Oh, look at
the
that
Batman Decades, the debut, the thing.
debut.
Yep. But remember the other two Batman, the 66 Batman and the earlier, the 50s Batman from the comics? This is a figure of the first Batman from the comics. He's
Absolutely, and
grey.
I can even see on the belt that
Yeah,
that definitely has room for the shark repellent.
yeah. No, this is no the 66 Batman. This is the early Batman. Remember, I've got the other two, the two I picked up the last time. They were blue. This one is grey and black. Right, hold on. There's Ren.
I think I do have one of those Batmans up on my
Right.
wall,
So
but
that's in there. He's grey and black. There's very little. There's no blue in him at all. The inside his cape looks a wee bit blue, but it's just it is a grey inside. It's just the way the light's hitting it.
Is that the one you just got, PJ?
That's the one I just got. Remember the last two I got was the 60s and the 50s Batman.
Yeah, yeah.
This is the debut. This is the very first one. So as you can even see the colour, they've actually went with the black or the grey and black.
I
And
like
blue.
the grey. Yeah.
It definitely looks really good. So
That's lovely. Sorry I dropped out then. I had to restart my system. I started getting all kinds of connection problems.
I'm glad you're back.
Hey, it happens to the best of us.
Your Chromebook cut out. Your reboot.
Oh,
So
thanks,
I was
disaster.
just saying because, well, sorry Kelly missed it because she had to go and make Satan's
Yeah,
birthday. I
I'm
did the
feeling
bit with the Weeping
disappointed that
Angel.
Kel's not
I got
going to be here.
I got into trouble with the Weeping Angel because one of my kids had she was in her 20s, so she used to have an angel she used to put on, but it was one that just sort of stood there and it had the wee smiley face. So what I'd done is I got uh, pipe cleaners and attached it to the wee dangly arms and made it sit like that. And I was thinking, stop it. Because she always got to choose what went on top of the tree, so she always liked this one, so she put that on. So I just allowed it, and then one day when she was in, I actually just went to it with pipe cleaners. So it stayed.
I like it.
I wasn't a very thingy, but this is the other thing I picked up. It's the
Go on,
only
then.
2 toys I picked up was the Batman.
Oh my God, it's Venkman.
Ghostbusters.
It's Venkman,
That's
and
adorable.
there is a full set of these. So there
Oh
is.
my God.
So
I
you
like
can't
this.
get.
Oh,
You
I like the
can't get.
sizing.
Marshmallow Man.
Yeah. So they're all that size except the Stay Puft Man. So these are all 4-inch figures. The Stay Puft Man is 6-inch. So for the figures, you've got Venkman, Strat, Spangler, and Zendermore, and you have also got Slimer. But there's also a slimed Venkman as well.
Ah,
So you can just see them there. That's the figures, and there's the slime Venkman here.
those
I'm
are adorable.
so
I like
jealous
those.
right
Yeah.
now.
So as soon as I
Yeah.
saw it was in that excess store. So that means there's a store out there that's got these, and they've got that many. It went to the excess store,
Wow.
and if I see any more of these, I'm picking them up because they just look so cool.
Yeah, that is cool.
Yeah.
Now I
I went-
wonder, were those released in conjunction with the film that's just come out,
I would assume so.
Afterlife? Because
The thing
otherwise
is,
you don't see a lot of
there's
classic
only
Ghostbusters
the
stuff
four
like that.
classic ones. That's what I was thinking because I know it's
I'm
obviously.
thinking Afterlife may give a bump to the originals.
Yes, I think so, but I can't actually see the year this was actually done. Mind you, I'm
Hmm.
getting old and my arms aren't long enough to read it. You don't need glasses. You just need really long arms.
Really long arms. Yeah, I have that problem.
You need a telescopic arm to
Yeah,
like
I can't see the
trip
year
out
on
and
it.
just go,
So,
I
yeah,
can read it now.
but this figure actually just looks really cool. I must admit, I'm very happy with that one.
That
Yes.
is great. Yeah, that's really fun. And it's very different, and that's what I like about it as
Yeah,
well.
and it is heavy, believe it or not, because believe it even actually says it, so people pick it up thinking it's thingy. Caution, heavy. It has actually got a wee bit of weight on it. It's not just like a wee plastic toy. This has got a wee bit of weight on the thing. So that was the 2
Even
toys I
better.
got this week. No DVDs, just 2 toys. And I was
You disappoint me. No DVDs?
no DVD.
Although I will say your background is showing Christmas perfectly.
Yes, I dig out my DVDs for the Christmas range. I will add the other ones to it, the Miracle on 34th Street. But the one I'm still waiting on is Jingle All the Way. Still trying to find that one. That is one of my favourite ones. Arnold Schwarzenegger and Sinbad. Just fun, fun, fun.
Yes.
I used to
indeed
have a
it
copy, but it disappeared, which
I
means I
remember
loaned it to
Sinbad.
somebody
He
and I
was so
forgot.
funny.
is.
So,
Well, I guess it's my turn then, unless you, Windology, you wanna
You go ahead,
showcase.
Jim, because I want to see sort of what both of you guys got, and then I'll do mine because I won't be on long after that because my voice is starting to give out.
yeah.
That makes absolutely perfect sense. Now, I was hunting high and low, just to quote a Finnish symphonic metal orchestra band, through the charity shops this week. And most of the stuff, believe it or not, I actually had it already on Monday. But there are some really, really weird catches. And the first one, I have zero clue what this is about. I do not know this film at all. It's this one. And yeah, you're not scratching your
Something
eyes because you
3D.
can't read it. It's Russian.
I was going to say, that's
It's Russian language, but
cool.
it is a very thin film. And the best I can tell, looking at the background shot, this is probably a horror film.
I was
More than
thinking
likely.
that. It does have a bit of a horror vibe on the front cover. Yeah,
I have
it looks
no
like a...
clue whatsoever what this film is. All I'm going is from the pictures, it might be a horror film. I don't even know if it has subtitles in English or any language that I understand, but I will definitely be watching it over the Christmas.
It might be a musical.
Gucci Gucci Prada.
But yeah, I mean, but has it got English subtitles? That's the thing you'll need to know.
Yeah, I can't even tell. There is Anglais in one of the boxes. I'm assuming that may mean English, but what it means, I don't know. But
Don't know
I
if
just
it's
picked it
don't
up
know if
because
it's like the
obviously it was
subtitles.
5p, 5 pence.
Can't note that.
But in the same shop, I actually picked up some classics, but they're not in the English format. 2 films, not in English format.
You only live twice, and diamonds are forever. Diamonds are forever. What language are they in then? If they're not English format?
I believe they're Czechoslovakia. If I do this, show the white box if I can. If you can see, Nidos Braci.
No, it's a wee bit blurred, but I can't even read it. So even normally with a wee bit blurred, you can usually make out one or two of the words.
Both of these Bond films are the, shall we say, non-English release versions. And I thought, it was 5p per DVD. I spent 15 pence, 25 cents for the Americans for 3 films, 2 that I know. And I'm assuming that unless they've really dubbed over Roger Moore,
Yeah.
that I will be able to actually watch it. But the next one that I have has to come in from the top. I'm going to try and do this the best I can.
More badass than Bond. Johnny English or Austin Powers? The Kingsman. Yeah.
Yes, the Kingsman is more badass than Bond. Bond is amazing, but the Kingsman, this is the first
The
one, by the way.
Kingsman,
It's not the
first movie,
follow-up one.
The first one was it was good. Second one,
That is the first one.
see, the first one was okay. The second one, yeah. But whereas the Bond ones, you've got really good ones, you've got some okay ones. Then you've
You
got the
see,
modern ones. Which are bad.
it's like a spoiler for it, and I do apologize to the audience, to the chat, but it is the classical overture music at the end where where the chipsets in the head explodes and it just like pops up in beat with like the dun, 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 dun. It's like the classic, like the heads are just, that's gorgeous. It's an amazing.
It's a good fun way for it to finish the story. Yes.
Yeah. But
if
we're bringing it back to the American or English understanding level rather than the weird European language, let's bring a superhero film that I think a lot of people underestimated.
Hancock was okay. I've got Hancock sitting.
I've not seen that.
It is an actually okay movie, but I think
It's
part of the
I
premise sort
give it
of
the
makes
rating
it
of
up.
a very okay superhero film.
But the part of the premise makes it silly, and that's the only drawback it had.
Indeed, it does have that, but it still has the good elements. This is a superhero's journey.
Yeah,
It's a
it,
hero's journey.
it is. But the I think the biggest part it was with how they reacted with the female, shall we say.
Yeah,
That was the only thing it made zero sense. Yes, they might be drawn towards each other, and yes, it might not be a good thing that they're drawn towards each other, but it's not as if they're brainless and don't understand that. They're acting as if they don't understand it. That's the only thing, and it's the how it concluded it was a bit silly. But I thought it was a good movie for the fun element of it.
indeed. Now, believe it or not, I am not paying money to Disney as they are at the moment. But this was a charity shop yet again.
You've seen my
And
Disney collection that I got from the charity shop. I've got a load. So,
What is it? What is it? Oh,
oh,
a classic.
oh, very good.
That's
it's
a really
a
good score.
two disc collection. One is DVD, the other is Blu-ray.
That's interesting.
That is very interesting.
Excellent.
It's a weird find, but one is
Very.
DVD, the other is Blu-ray, and I have a feeling this one might have been released just as Blu-ray became a phenomenon.
Mm.
Phenomena.
Yep.
But it has the DVD and the Blu-ray, and it is upscaled for the Blu-ray. It's just normal on the DVD, but it's still amazing visuals. And I thought, might as well pick it up because this is when Disney was Disney. It's
Yes.
Disney magic.
Oh,
Yeah.
absolute magic. Yes. I mean, I grew up on all those.
I'm just looking to see. I don't think I've got Snow White on my Disney collection, which is just unfortunate, but I definitely don't. I can't even see it. And I've got a big Disney. I've got a load of Disney stuff on my shelf, but I don't have that one, which is it's a fine and a half. I do like the classic Disney ones. I've got things like even Oliver and Company, um, Basil the Great Mouse Detective, Aristocats, stuff like that. I've got a lot of ones, even things like Bed Knobs and Broomsticks, as I picked up last week.
Oh,
I
that's
do
an
like
amazing.
I do like picking up the Disney ones in the charity shop, but
I
that
loved
is
that
one.
film, Bed Knobs and Broomsticks. That was Angela Lansbury in that, wasn't it?
Yes,
Yes, Angela
Yeah.
Lansbury,
and it was
she's
the follow up to Mary Poppins. Technically,
but even so, Bedknobs and Broomsticks. This is one of the films Angela Lansbury seems to. I love being here.
Yes.
It's above and beyond. She's good in a lot of the stuff that she does, but she really has like that
see,
persona. It's like,
Angela
I want to be
Lansbury,
here.
believe it or not, is very like Leslie Nielsen. People don't
That's an
realize
interesting
She's very cheeky.
yes, but no, but not even that. It's the fact is both of them started at the same thing in their career. They didn't start as a comedy or this type of person. Like Angela Lansbury can do comedy, but she can do really good drama and stuff like that. But she started as a symbol.
Yes. Yeah.
Leslie Nielsen started as the sex symbol, the male lead. She started as the sex symbol, the female lead when they were younger, and they grew from that. Whereas a lot of people, once their looks go, their careers sort of fizzle. Whereas both of theirs took off in different
Yeah.
ways. Like Murder She Wrote, she did Benders and Broomsticks and some Disney stuff earlier than that. Then she got Murder She Wrote and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And yes,
She had
you
an
could say that was dead
extremely.
corny, but it was still a fun TV show. Then you got Leslie Nielsen with the
Still, when I
Squad
see
and stuff
Angela
like that.
Lansbury or Leslie Nielsen, which I actually saw a Christmas film. I wasn't aware there was a Christmas film, but he's playing Santa Claus that has lost his memory, amnesia. It's a film called Santa Who.
I don't know if I've seen that one.
No, it is. I'll give it a 3.5 out of a 10, just to give you like the pre-warning, because it has no reason why or how to resolve it. But Leslie Nielsen as Santa Claus that has lost his memory
Yeah.
is brilliant.
But then
in
again,
it.
I can
some of
imagine.
the stuff
The
that
rest of the
Leslie Nielsen
story,
in
anything
are never
else,
going to be shown again. You look at
it just
Dead and
falls
Loving
back.
It. You look at Dead and Loving It. They're never going to show that again because at the end, what happens?
Santa
Leslie
Who.
Nielsen does blackface in it.
Uh,
Because remember when they go to stop him and he turns round and it's because he'd bitten one of his wives. He was black, and that ain't going to get shown again. Dead and Loving It
yeah.
because of that one scene. But Leslie Nielsen's stuff is fantastic. So even one that is a 3 out of 5, if it's Leslie Nielsen, I would still watch it. Oh, sorry, 3 out of 10.
Unfortunately, the next one is one of the few films I will give a 10 out of a 10. But the box I picked it up, it's unique. It's not your normal DVD box where you just like flip the lid. It is
Wally!
one of the best, most recently made CGI 3D animation. It's not cartoon, but
I would say
the,
it was a good
the fact
movie.
that I like this box, it's you have to pull out the slide, but you can't take it out. It actually comes out, and then you have to flip it open to get the disc. It doesn't come out all the way, and it's the same for the second disc. You actually have to take it out fully. I'm trying to show this while holding up for a camera, but it's a really nice box. Good
It's
graphics,
nice
everything.
design on the box, I must admit, for something like that. But I thought that movie was an okay movie. I wasn't
Oh,
overly enthralled with
for
it, but
animation, for story, for music, for everything, for personality, development, character arcs, everything from Wally to Eva to the captain, even to the random strangers aboard the Experience ship or whatever it's called. Even they have like they move from point A and have an arc to become better than they
yeah.
are. It's very good in terms of that. But I only have one more film.
Hmm.
It's not exactly Christmas, but it is definitely
Well,
100% Disney and winter related. And it has one of my favorite actors in it of all times.
Cool Runnings. I'm saying nothing, but hold on a second. Now, where are you? Where are you? Oh, can't even find it, but I think that is one of the best, funniest movies around. I love Cool Runnings. I
Yes,
I picked that up. Was it 3 weeks ago?
might have been.
It was in my find. Cool Runnings. Where is it? Cool Runnings A7. It's in my shelf A7. See, so 7. So it's definitely that one I was looking at. So this is shelf 7 here. And it's there. I was in the right location. I was just a shelf short.
It's this exact same box that I got.
Yep.
It's exact the same.
Uh-huh. It is. I It is a superb movie. I definitely recommend that one.
It's
It's a
such a
Jamaican
fantastic
bobsleigh
one.
team. The Jamaican bobsleigh team.
Hey, Sanka, you dead, man? Yeah, man. I mean,
Sorry, say that again?
they play almost so many stereotypes, but
Yes.
I've been to Jamaica and I've actually asked the people that I met up with when I was there, and they just went, "Hey, it's a fantastic film. We love it."
And it is based on a true story. It's not a true story. It's based on a true event.
It's based on a true event. It's not exactly a true story. It's
No.
probably not what happened per se,
Of
but
course
in
not.
terms of telling a story, it makes the Jamaicans look even more awesome than whatever the real story would ever have been.
Yeah. But that's what I'm saying. It is based because see at
slightly
the end of the
Christmas
movie.
because winter.
See at the end of the movie, that is actually the bobsleigh team. You see,
Yes.
right at the end of the movie, it actually shows you the team
When they lift the bobsleigh and actually
Yeah.
walks past the finishing line, and they actually earn the respect.
Yeah. It is a
And
good
the
movie.
weird
I
thing
really
is, they
enjoy that
now
one.
have the one country on the planet that doesn't have snow. They have an ice bobsleighing team.
Yeah. And it was a case of the reason they came behind it, but I'm just digging out because I've got my stuff from my collection this week, and actually I couldn't actually decide what between these two sets to go for. So I think I'll just show two of them. Two choices from my collection, and none of the two of them are Christmas related at all.
Show them away and allow me about 20
These are my pick from my collection. So one of my favorite movie series is Tremors. The first movie is just
such an amazing
superb.
one.
They start going downhill. I'm not denying that, but until they get to the seventh movie.
And I was just gonna say you had all 7 of them. I wasn't
Yeah.
even aware there was more than 3.
Yeah. But even at that, they're gummers in most of them. So that always makes it fun. Yeah, I mean, you've obviously got Kevin Bacon in that in the first one, but I think it's just a fun series of movies. Yes, you've got they talk about the ass blasters and the other ones, but the movies, even the discs. Look at the discs. Each of the discs has got the different monsters and stuff like that on it. It's got different scenes from each of the movies. They're just superb. I just love this series of movies. Tremors. I just kept constantly picking this up. We'll do this one this week. Yeah, no, I want to do that one. No, I'll do this one this week because I wanted to be a bit light. Yes, this is would it technically be classed as a horror? Or is it a comedy? Or is it a wee bit of mix of both? Because to me, it is more comedy than horror because it's not really about it's not a horror movie. It's a creature feature, but it's also a comedy one. So I think this is a great series of movies, and although they go down in quality as the years, the the more they do, I think because they still stick with the characters and it is fun. It is just fun. Yes, 7 movie. It's a 7 movie collection. They did a most recent one where Bert Gummer gets something happens to Bert. Let's always say I don't want to actually put too much information on it. So yes, you've got Tremors, Tremors 2, Aftershock. You've got Back in Perfection, Tremors 3. I went and just doing my picky from my collection. I'm doing Tremors.
I'm getting dizzy, bouncing in and out all the time.
I think it's one of those wee things you paddles. Right? You've got Tremors 4, The Legend Begins. Then you've got Tremors 5. Actually, they only just called that Tremors 5. Can't see a name, any other name on it. And it's did the same. I think they just ran out. So it was Tremors 6 and 7. So it was. But Tremors is a great series of movies, and one of these days I want to watch all 7 and do a review of all 7. I just love those movies. So
I'd so love a watch along on that, but again,
yeah,
I'm with you. I can't really categorize it because it's not horror, it's not scary, it's not sci-fi.
no,
It's more along the line of little shop of horrors.
yeah. To me, it's
It,
more of a creature feature, like Creature from the Black Lagoon. You wouldn't class that as a horror because it's more of a creature feature movie. But my other
I think I'd class that as a horror.
what Creature from the Black Lagoon, I would say it's more of a creature feature one rather than a horror. Whereas I would see the vampire, Dracula, or Frankenstein, or the Mummy is more horror, although they are a suspense. But because of Creature from the Black Lagoon, it's
I guess in my mind, horror encompasses all of those things under the one umbrella, whereas, and then under that would be slasher horror, creature features, things like that. I guess
yeah.
that's how I
I think
think of
some of
it.
the creature features ones I don't really see them as horror. Maybe because the creature, it's not like you've got the Mummy. It is a human intelligence that caused it. You've got this Frankenstein, human intelligence that caused it. You've got the Dracula, human intelligence again. Whereas things
uh,
like Eight-Legged Freaks or the Creature from the
Mm.
Black Lagoon or Tremors are they're creatures just acting how the creatures would act. So I suppose that's where I
Hmm.
take away from the horror. It's not like a demon or something like that. It's just a creature they've come across. Same as where you've got alien ones. To me, they can be horror as well, but they're not quite the same. So, like the Thing is more of a horror one. It's not just something like a creature acting out, which technically it is. It's one of those things. It's isn't it how we juggle it in our own head.
Yeah.
Like Lake Placid series of films.
Yeah, Lake Placid is good. Yeah, I like that.
Mhm. I've no
I don't
seen
think I've
any.
seen any of the others,
I've no
but I
seen
do
any.
like the original.
I've not seen Lake Placid. I've heard about it, so I'm aware of it. I've never seen it. But my other collection from my collection, or the other series is from my collection, is more movies. It's no TV this week, and it's ones I've been watching on and off for the last couple of weeks. It's just been here and there. So, and it is Norman Wisdom,
Oh, fab.
the whole
That's a real
Norman Wisdom
classic.
collection. There's all the movies in it. They are just superb. Um,
Nice
it
one.
is just one of the funniest. Like I do like Norman Wisdom. His earlier stuff is a lot funnier because yes, he was very well known for his pratfalls and stuff like that. But even as he grew older, he could still do the silly stuff that somebody
Yeah.
the package age couldn't do. The pratfalls and just the silly laughing where you're actually he just dragged you in because he's just one of those things. But
Yeah.
I love my Norman Wisdom stuff. And
That's a great,
do you know
great
how much I
find.
love Norman Wisdom? It's really silly, but I've already got it written into my um, funeral. One of my
Oh
songs
my God.
is "Don't Laugh at Me because I'm a Fool."
Oh,
Norman Wisdom's song, and that's I
I'm
just
having
love
Blue
that one.
Oyster Cult. Don't Fear the Reaper at mine.
Mhm. See, I've already picked 2 bits of music. Norman Wisdom, that's my entry. Don't laugh at me because I'm a fool, and my exit. It's a Doctor Who
Wow.
theme, and as the curtains close, just says exterminate. That's it. My wife's already got the instructions. She already knows what to do. So I've already picked that. But Norman Wisdom's is Don't Laugh at Me because I'm a fool. I
Oh my
love the
goodness.
Norman Wisdom. I grew up with them again, same as a lot like old Mother Ugly watched them with my dad. But for some reason, Norman Wisdom always stuck with me. Although I'm a big Laurel and Hardy fan, I do like Norman Wisdom as well. He's one of my favourite early comics.
yes,
Because I do love
definitely
my
agree with that.
pratfall.
I'm gonna slightly pivot back to my collection as I was showing that absolutely unknown Russian DVD. I have no clue what it is, but I have managed to stumble upon the. It's available on Amazon Prime. A lot of these Russian films, and they have their own version of the Avengers. They have their own version of Iron Man and all that stuff. But something I really came across that I actually enjoyed was called I Am Dragon. It is Russian actors, but it is fantasy setting. But you can tell both of the main two leads, which are the main features of it, that they literally have 90% of the screen time. You can tell these are Russian opera, ballet, dancing. They got the physiques, the features, the good looks, and everything. But it is absolutely gorgeous. It has a slight tinge of the Twilight Saga series, but it's not sparkly in that sense of it. It has not the emo level. It's like emotional. It's like, oh, I don't care. Nobody understands me. It's got really relatable characters, and you see where the story is going. But the story is literally throwing you from left to right to left to right to left to right until you get hit by a solid left hook. That is a spoiler, by the way, but unless you've actually watched the entire film, you do not understand what the left hook will mean. You literally have to watch it to the end to understand what the left hook means. And I really, really enjoyed it. And visual, cinema, environment, scenery, they have all of that nailed down perfectly. It is a very gorgeous film. But obviously, it's a Russian film. Doesn't get too much attention by the Western media or anything. Sorry to hear that, Darren.
Yeah, no wonder why StreamYard's kicking her out. I've paid my bill, honest. Even if I didn't, I would still get the minimum 3 users in with the 20 hours, but I've paid my bill.
But yeah, my recommendation, if you have the time, not the Christmas film, not the seasonal film for whatever it is, but it is available on Amazon Prime. It's called I Am Dragon. Go watch it. Yes, it's dubbed English, but I never found the dubbing, the voiceovers
The thing is,
to
if
get
people
in
get
the
annoyed
way.
with the dubbing, then why would they watch a foreign language one? Because I love Jackie Chan and I love a lot of early Chinese martial arts.
Yeah, but
And
this is
I
nowhere
don't like.
near any of that.
See, I don't like subtitled Chinese ones because I'm too busy reading it. I miss a lot of the action. So I like the dub ones. The dub ones sometimes the dubbing is very bad, shall we say, because they obviously don't use people who understand the nuance of English. But truthfully, never time, and most of the times I don't care because I'm watching it for the action and the story's just incidental to it. So I love a lot of Chinese martial arts movies, early stuff, and I
I say
prefer them.
I will say this is one of the better dubbed ones I've seen because the heroine, the lady hero, sings a few times. It's not the musical, but every now and then she has to sing a lullaby or sing some things. And the English voiceover is matching perfectly what's going on in the scene, the way the person that she's voicing over, she's doing it really, really greatly.
The
And
thing is, with they might have actually had the person who actually sang the lullaby to do the voiceover. But the simple fact is,
it could be. It
because
would
you know
not
what it's like,
surprise me.
you might not understand a particular language, but a song is easier to do it because you're singing. Like even if you don't understand it, you're singing the lyrics, and it's easier to do that way. That's why you can get like a lot of people in they did one in the Eurovision Song Contest. They had she would sing in her natural language, and then she did a bit in French, a bit in German, a bit in English. She did it, and it was more impressive because she was singing in different languages. But that's quite simple because you look at Laura and Hardy when they actually did their stuff, it wasn't dubbed. They actually used to do their movie in English, then they would break it all down. So they would still do the movie, but they would just learn it wrote by. So they didn't understand what they were saying, but they knew what the scene was saying and what they said in the scene. Although somebody had translated it for them, they just learned by rote what to say, and then they did the dubbing themselves by literally redoing the movie, but in Spanish or German or French. So they would do 4 versions of it, one in English, one in Spanish, one in German, one in French, rather than actually have somebody just dub over the top of it. So they did their own dubbing, as it were. So it's a similar idea. So it could have been something like that. I'm just saying that the person, because it's easier to sing in a different language. I think it's Genius just doesn't like you, Ben. That's what it is. They're falling out with you.
I know it's being very awkward tonight, but I did get.
Clearly, StreamYard.
I did check my other internet connections, and I went on loads of other sites, and it was quite snappy and quick.
Mm-hmm. But I know StreamYard did earlier on, right at the beginning with me, it did a wee glitch, and that's why they all went
frozen out.
So, but
well,
hopefully,
clearly StreamYard doesn't like you, Windology, when you talk about the business.
It's the weirdos in the stream. That's what it's doing it. So it's the weirdos in the stream. It's not us. So I've blocked that stuff again. So hopefully that'll keep it getting.
I mean, he's a persistent.
Yeah, but he's
he's
basically every time he goes out and comes back in, and we get another view. The more views we get,
the more popular we are.
Well, he could be one of my subscribers for all I know. After all, we are up to 141.
Hey.
So yeah. Yay! So we're getting there, and but the thing is, see, I always used to get annoyed. I'm sitting there, why would David and then was watching the captain stream, and he says, "I'm driving my view count up." So I thought, well, all you need to do is block them. If they want to keep coming back in, it's a new viewer because it's no class as the same viewer, it's a new viewer. Then you block them and it's a new viewer. Because they have to, because you've blocked them, they have to log in as a different account. So even changing their name for their current account doesn't work. So you block them, they can't change their name and come back in under the same account because the YouTube, as far as I understand, blocks their email address. So you can't just change your name and come back in. So they've got a load.
No, it matches perfectly because he's bouncing back like every 15 minutes. So it's like literally the time to create a new email account, set it up, join the YouTube, go do all of that, and then come in and spam.
Yeah.
It's rather a sad existence, I must say.
Yes.
It's a sad existence, but I'm saying, well, we're not Friday Night Tights. We're not like a massive community. We're small knit. We have our very lovely followers, our amazing chat, and you guys are awesome. And the fact that someone wants to come in and spam this tiny little corner of internet or wherever, I'm actually feeling honored.
Yeah, it's the same again. I know some people, when they go on, get really upset about it. Truthfully, you see upset here? does
Yeah,
not bother me
no
at
care
all.
face.
It doesn't bother me at all. And if they're basically, I've always been the same. If somebody wants to actually try and upset me, then at least they're leaving someone who might get upset alone.
Do you know, I was thinking exactly that, PJ. I think that's a wonderful way of looking at it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've always been the same. It's the same as like when somebody says, "Oh, how can you talk to that person? They're just so arrogant and annoying." Well, they're leaving you alone if they're talking to me. And it does not bother me because I grew up in a healthy household where my brother and my sister would probably say more hurtful stuff than any stranger ever could. You know what I mean?
Very
So
much.
it's that type of thing. It's just families actually. If you let a stranger get you, then your family's not done their job properly. Because we're all with it, the family.
Excuse
Basically,
me.
you'll say something known from me, it'll get under their skin. My
Yeah.
sister used to actually, my three sisters, if they were in trouble, they would be told, you stand there, you stand there, you stand there, don't talk and don't do this, because they would argue with each other. And one of them would be sitting there going, I'm going to get you. And she'd keep doing it until my other sister would shout at her. But because my mum and dad could only hear my sister shouting, she was the one that got in trouble. So they all used to do that. It's the same as one of my sister, my youngest of my three sisters, always used to wind the other two up. That she didn't realise my mum was in the kitchen, standing behind the door, while my middle sister was actually sitting there. And she came in and goes, I'm going to tell Mama you did this, and I'm going to tell Mama you did that. And my sister's shouting at her. She says, and I'm going to tell Mama you abused me. And Mama just looked round the door and says, really?
Yeah. My mom
And
knows
it's,
everything. Yeah.
but it's stuff like that because my three sisters used to do that with each other. Used to do it with me and my brother. If they can do it and we can live through it, then a stranger can do it. And
It's like, oh, honey, yeah, you
Yeah.
barking up the wrong tree,
Yeah.
I'm afraid.
If you want some pointers, I'll point you towards my sister. She'll teach you how to do some proper. It's that type of thing. I grew up with a big family, and we all used to do it. I would do the same to my brothers and sisters as well. Even as I got older, I
Yeah.
would do it with my dad because I knew how to wind him up. But he would just do the same.
Right.
He knew how to wind me up. He would just do it right in the middle of when we're playing golf and there's all the guys around us. He would say something really embarrassing from my childhood, and you're saying, "Oh, okay, Dad, I'll not say that again." It's that thing. So things like people that I don't know say about me, I don't care.
Yeah, they never really
narcissism,
cared what people say about me or anything like that. But I do find this, it started happening recently where people try to come into our channel and just like spam or do this. Like, really? We don't care.
Mhm.
We're going to be honest.
And talking about our channel, you two are actually going to be setting your channels up shortly, aren't you?
We
But I can say this, that you can show the intro from my channel on your stream because it has been cleared for all the licenses and everything. Sadly, the trailer I was trying to build for this channel, it's still not cleared.
Still not clear. I have got it there, but I'll need to dig out your one, which will take me about 2 seconds. And when do you, so what about your channel? Any ideas when you have it
we're
up?
we're still thinking about it. We're moving a little bit closer each day to putting together a theme for the channel. But we're still sort of going over a couple of different ideas, and I've got some ideas from my own stuff as well. So yeah, so it's in the works. I couldn't really say exactly when, but we are hoping that it will be soon.
Excellent.
I
I'm
will
looking
say,
forward.
Do let me know if you want some magic or anything, but obviously you have to
oh,
show
thank
me
you.
your idea before I do anything.
Exactly. Yes. Oh, thank you, Jim. Thank you very much. I definitely might take you up on that.
Right. So let's
Um,
see if we could do this. Hold on a sec.
I'm gonna have to give in to my voice soon, so I might have to do my item, and then sadly
Well,
pop off.
let's
Then.
have your
Let's
items when,
go for your
and
item.
then we can show my intro.
Oh yeah, thank you. Right. This is going to take a little bit of doing here. My you might have noticed that my icon tonight
It's a
is
different one, yes.
slightly hinting at something.
It's definitely not Twilight, but it's very elfy type girl with the bats in the back.
Yeah, something like that. So bear with me a moment. This takes a bit of lifting.
That Darren's
Okay.
wallet.
Oh, this sounds dangerous.
Yes, right. So,
Oh, wow.
are you ready? This is a
Yeah.
bit big, isn't it?
Uh-huh.
Oh, definitely.
The fact that you've got it in your shoulder, it looks like a coffin.
Yeah, it's a bit big.
Oh,
It's a bit big.
It looks
Are
like
you
a coffin.
ready?
liking it.
Dark shadows.
Oh,
Oh, look at that. The complete.
wow! You must have got some really great stuff in that one as
Oh
well.
my! I want
It's
the
the
box itself.
full.
Even if there
It's,
was nothing in it, I want that box.
I know. It's the full coffin set.
Uh-huh.
And if I can balance this enough without dropping all the films out, the DVDs, I should be able to show you.
Oh, it's
Oh, look
got
at
the body.
that!
It's even got the body.
Look at
The
that!
sides of the DVDs all make the image of Barnabas.
Yes.
And
Excellent.
it's got a lovely
That is
inside.
a superb box.
It's
That is a
definitely
box
got
and
the
a half.
proper gothic look to it.
See
That's
when
brilliant, isn't it?
Gary on Nerdrotic was talking about his Lord of the Ring box, it's all the books on the shelf and the nothing in comparison to something like that. That
When
is
I
just
tell you this is
beautiful.
heavy, it is really heavy.
How many discs is in that?
I think I've got enough. I don't know if you can see that too well.
Yeah. Complete
Limited
original, but
edition.
1966 to 1970. No, 1971.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, it's a bit heavy.
I'm not.
Oh,
surprised.
that's absolutely all right.
See, your camera is actually really good because you can actually read that. My
Yeah.
camera, if I go that close, you couldn't read it. It would actually just make it blurry.
Yeah. What I love is this wonderful glossy
Red.
Yeah, the
red.
red paint. It's like a metallic red paint. So it's like
Yeah.
will definitely shine off the
That
light
just
source.
looks a superb. A set and a half.
So I have that was my wonderful Darren who found that for me, and it is a very early Christmas present, but it's something that I absolutely, there was no way I was going to be able to know that was in the flat and not look at it.
And of course, Darren is not brave enough to face us Vikings and Scottish people, so he's hiding this in the chat. But no, Darren, if that was a gift for Wendy, well, it's a gift for
Wow.
both of you. That is
Wow.
amazing.
Right, Darren.
Yes.
See, when you speak to my
very
wife
impressed.
next, Darren, when you speak to my wife next, right?
Yeah.
Just explain what you got when.
Oh my God! I know he's a keeper, isn't he?
That is definitely a gorgeous gift.
I've been very hard pressed not to basically take it in the bed with us at night because it is just so it is so wonderful. I'm like, oh my God, I just want to hug it. But yeah, I've started watching. Well, the funny thing was I'm about halfway through anyway because I had been watching it on YouTube and a few other locations. And well, what happened was the person that I was watching it, who had put it on YouTube, the episode suddenly stopped in that stream and then they jumped way ahead. So then I raced around and I found a few other locations where you could watch it.
Yeah.
And then Darren found that and told me about it. So since then, obviously now I've just been watching them out of the set.
But clearly Darren didn't just tell you about it. He actually showed you.
Yeah, he knocked it out of the park. Yeah, he definitely knocked it out of the park.
That is 1.5. I must admit. See, the thing is,
that's the book that comes with it.
You get the book as part of the set. That was superb.
Wow.
So it's all full of
That
photos, and
That's
it's
cool.
every episode synopsis and numbered, so you can really sort of see.
that is a book and a half as well. You know what I mean?
That's
That is
And that
just,
comes with it. That's actually inside the set. So
So-
I'm just
suddenly my
blown
cool
away.
runnings and all the stuff I was showing is like it's feeling like that. Nah,
I
that
warned
was
you.
nothing.
I warned you. This one was a big one.
It
I know
definitely
Excuse
was.
me.
about size doesn't matter, but
Oh my God. Yeah. This again, this takes all my strength just to move it from one room to the other.
he should have got you a wheelbarrow or a coffee.
I know.
coffee.
I know.
Bring
He's
out
definitely,
your dad. Bring out your dad.
yeah. Yes.
Enjoy.
No, I'm officially hooked on Dark Shadows now. I'm officially obsessed. So this
I'm
this
not
is
surprised.
definitely something that I will cherish.
Yes.
Absolutely.
At least you got something to watch over the Christmas period.
Yeah. I'm hard pressed not to basically just sit and lock
watch it.
myself in a room and watch all of it.
Yeah.
So I
I
have to
know
do
that
things
feeling.
like eat and
Yeah.
work and
Yeah, I know that feeling. I must
Eat,
admit.
work. What's that?
yeah. So otherwise it is one of those shows where for me I'm just enjoying it so much, and the whole Dark Shadows community of fans are lovely, absolutely lovely. There's quite a few Facebook groups, and there's it's so impressive how a show from the late 60s, similar to things like Star Trek and things, where it started out, even though it isn't in the same genre, it developed a very, very passionate and very loving sort of following where people really like raced home from school to watch it, particularly when Barnabas comes into it about 10 or 11 months into the original run of it. So it's just really heartwarming to see, how well loved it was.
Mm-hmm.
And the actors that were in it, those that are still with us, are wonderful. And there's lots of material out there. There's lots of YouTube videos, interviews with the actors and things like that. So yeah, it's just, there's a lot out there to enjoy.
Yeah.
So considering it didn't come over here per se, and a lot of people might not know it over here.
Well,
But even so, very few shows from that era has the behind the scenes clips, the actor interviews and everything. They usually say, oh, it made a cult, and then it's like 30 years later. But I believe, if I recall it correctly, this is back then when they're discussing and talking about acting in it.
Yeah.
I hope you have those clips as well, because sadly, it's if you take something like Star Trek, it's not really talked about by the actors until today-ish.
Well,
Despite having been around.
Obviously, you're saying about things coming over and some things didn't. You think of the things that did come over in the 70s from the States. You had comedies or you had science fiction. So you had Star Trek, you had like Bilko, Car 54, and things like that. It was usually a series which you could watch in any order, and there wasn't anything you had to think about, or you know what I mean? So you had Star Trek that you could watch at any point. So if they brought episode 1, 7, and 9 over and you watched it, you didn't need to think, oh, well, what happened in between those ones? Whereas ones that had a good impact and they had a story that was building up didn't come across. And I think it's because they didn't think we would actually be able to understand it. Whereas later on, when they were putting stuff from the UK over to the States, it probably says, you probably don't understand it.
Same thing, yeah.
So it's
But this is why I understand why the 7 Seas exist.
yeah.
Uh,
And I must admit,
let's take the most beloved, well, mostly by most people, so not all people, it's Firefly. In the US, the TV series was shown in a certain order. In the UK, it was shown in a different order. In France, it was shown in a completely different order to US and UK. And it was just a complete mess. But for those that sailed the 7 Seas, they got it in what the authors or creators, this is the
the
storyline.
original broadcast order, or the original
Yeah.
filmed order, shall we say. Yeah, I mean, it was in the original filmed order. The DVDs came out, and it was made the story a bit easier. But as you said, Jim, that different places put them out of order for some reason, which is weird, which I never understood. Because yes,
Yeah.
Firefly is one hell of a good TV show, and as Disaster Area said, and as you just proved out, need to get a box set for Christmas. Well, I know what
I
my
hope you do, Disaster Area.
I know what my Christmas present is, and it is a box set.
Sorry.
And it's a box set I've been looking for a while.
Mm.
Because I've got bits and pieces of it, but now I've got the full set.
So you need to put it in your wish list and then sort of share it to certain individuals.
Nah,
Say,
well,
look, see, it's as easy as pressing a button.
Yes, I've now got it. So what I will do is, if I decide on Christmas Day to do a stream, it will
Yeah.
just be what I got for Christmas. Oh, and I watched this.
It'll probably be sort of similar for me. I'm still working on the plan, and I think I have a film, wintertime setting, not Christmas, still a really great film. I'm not going to spoil too much, but an amazing film during wintertime. And it is one of those rare when you have really, really young actors acting well above and beyond what they should be able to carry.
Yeah.
But I will only give it if it happens on a Christmas stream.
Mm.
The thing is, because it's Christmas Day, I'm not going to turn around and say we'll do a thing, maybe because you know what it's like. Christmas, you might have family turn up, and well, you know, I wouldn't know until the last.
No. The one thing I'm mostly concerned about when it comes around Christmas is food coma. You're gonna go, oh, I'll do something, and then you just like had a massive Christmas meal, and you're just gonna go, I need to go to sleep.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I've had years to practice that. I'm okay with that. It's so I'm used to actually eating a lot.
Clearly, you're not doing Christmas correctly then.
Just sitting back like that and talking. I could do that, no problem.
Yeah.
That's why I've got a recliner on it. I just click the button and just.
Oh yeah, I'd be asleep if I did that.
Yeah. But no, I've done years of actually overeating because our family used to do a spaghetti night. And when I say spaghetti night, I mean pasta, potatoes, and bread. And we used to have piles of it. So all starchy, all carbs.
Yeah.
Holy carbs, Batman.
With potatoes,
Yeah.
with potatoes and conserve over it, with garlic bread or French sticks, just or even a bloomer or something like that, just so you could dip in. And so I used to every week. That was my weekly treat. Probably a week's worth of food in one day. That was
Yeah.
my
See,
mum.
I'd probably love that because I love my
mum's idea.
carbs.
That was my mum's idea. Because when I got divorced and I was living on my own, she was worried that I wasn't eating. So she implemented spaghetti.
Ah, yes,
so
the
she
bulk
could
up.
get me over to spend time with the family, but have a good meal.
She was bulking you up, yes,
Yep.
yeah,
Just in
making
case I
sure
had
you
to.
had plenty.
Yep. That's what mums do. Mums do look after
That's
their
right.
boys and the
That's
girls.
right.
So, but yeah, and so that went. So that went on. Even when my mum passed, we still continued it, and we only stopped it when my dad's dementia got that bad that he didn't understand what
Yeah.
was happening. But
Mm.
we did that for years, and I still love it. My wife, when she's making spaghetti, she always has carbs, bread, and sometimes potatoes, but not a lot. But she still tries to continue with it. But
That's
it's
wonderful.
not the same. That's why I love going to my sister's. She's got it because she's got it right.
Nice.
Aye. Yeah,
Oh, we're making
my dad always
Australia
used to try
hungry.
it. I know we're making ours. I'm making myself hungry. I'm actually.
I know. I'm getting
doing
hungry for
spaghetti.
pasta now.
Yeah, I must admit, I'm
I
absolutely
do as well.
starving.
I could live on it.
Mhm. I love pasta. Pasta, anything penny, spaghetti, tagliatelle, cannelloni. Whoa.
Yeah, I could just eat. I mean, I love Italian food. I practically grew up partly on Italian food, so that's soul food to me.
Yeah. It's basically I grew up with it because that was what we grew up with. It's the same idea. As I was saying,
Yeah.
my half boxer, half bulldog used to be the only dog I knew who could eat spaghetti properly.
Hmm.
He would come out with a white dog with orange lips, big lines up his face, because that's how he'd eat spaghetti.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry, chaps, but my voice is about had it now tonight.
Yep, not a problem. You
Not
take
a
care.
problem at all. Thank you so much for having me
Yep.
with us.
And we'll see
Yes,
you
well, thank you
Wednesday.
for having
Hopefully
me.
you'll feel a bit better.
I
This
hope
call's
so,
going to
yeah.
stick with you and go, I'm going to wait until you're on stream and then go, ha ha.
Yes, I know. This is just diabolical. This is. I hope none of you get this flu, whatever it is.
Yeah.
Oh,
We should definitely have some people from the chat just clipping you, just going, I'm talking now.
I'll be a pirate next time. Arr.
Don't worry, Wendy. I'll take your tongue.
All right.
Yep.
Good night,
And
both. And good
no
night
problem.
to everybody in the chat. Thank you so much for joining us. And I'll say good night to you all.
Thank you for joining
Thank you
us.
for
Wendy.
being
As
here and
always,
have a good
it's been fun.
night and get well soon.
Yeah, thank you so much. Good night.
Good night.
Bye.
Night, Dan. So,
Right. You were going to
ready?
show my intro clip.
Yes, I've got it here. And share. Share screen. I think I need to actually tell it to share with the audio. So here it's here. Right. So here we go.
That is what I created today. It's supposed
looks
to be my intro stuff. I have written down the because you and I will be, and I'm so ever sorry that you're gonna have to watch the Wheel of Time. But I have the script written down. It's not a spoiler, but it is a script literally outlining this is what the story should be,
yeah.
and this is where they brought it to.
See, the thing is as well, I was so looking forward to this. Yeah, I mean, I can show you how much I was looking forward to it. See if I can actually dig this out. Did I do it in this? I bet I didn't do it under this brand. And yeah, I did. I'd even created this. Look, I was so looking forward to it. I had the initial trailer. This was my trailer for the Wheel of Time. Here it's here. And
that is so gorgeous. It even shows like the stance where he's holding the sword above his head.
Yeah.
It even shows
it's all the covers
a
from all the
reference to dancing.
Yeah, it's all the books and stuff like that. But I'd also written out the script, which had obviously put in all the 7 colours, the 7 Aegis colours as the text. But I had actually written that out, and I was going to get my wife to record it, do a wee bit of voice manipulation, make it a wee bit more reverb on it, so when she was saying it, it was going along with the music, that type of thing. And then I watched the first episode and I went, nope, not spending any time actually even doing anything for it. But that's how bad the Wheel of Time actually made me.
No, but this is what even causes me more distress.
Yeah.
I have read the books over and over and over again.
Yeah.
And you will, if you go on to the Amazon reviews, oh, I've read the books 30 years ago. I love the books. I've read them multiple times. This is an amazing TV.
Yeah,
you know,
I've seen one
away.
that actually says
You were paid to give it a 5-star rating.
Do you know the best one I saw of a review? They changed the books, but it kept the essence. So
no, they
really
didn't. No, there's no essence.
The reviewer says they changed from the books, but it kept the essence of the characters. And I'm sitting there thinking, do they know the characters? What is it? The last 10 pages of the final book essence of the characters they're keeping, or is it the characters from the beginning? And I'm sitting there thinking, really?
Sorry, there is no essence. They picked up the book. This is a good looking cover. Not gonna bother reading it. You chuck it over. And it's just like, we're gonna make a film of this. You make it happen, because every single thing, even not giving you spoilers, although you don't need them, even not giving you spoilers, there is not a single character in the TV show that is remotely close.
But that's the thing, which we're going to talk about tomorrow, so we'll not go too much into it. Otherwise, we'll just continue on tomorrow. But
we're gonna rain hellfire on it.
But what I'll say is, each of the characters has a beginning, middle, and end.
Yeah.
I didn't like the ends of the characters because I didn't like Brandon Sanderson's the way he finished the books. It just felt as if it was a completely new set of books, and to me it was like watching a reading a book based on another book. That's what it felt like to me, because it was a completely different writing style, which I've read a few of Brandon Sanderson stuff, so his stuff I've read, not an issue there. But because I'm so used to Robert Jordan's, and then he took over, and then you're sitting there thinking, where did these characters come from?
What does this have to do with anything that's been built over the last 15 years?
Yes, but the thing is, he turns around and says he helped write it. His job wasn't to actually make it better. His job was to not screw it up. Which had the fact that Robert Jordan and his wife, who's the producer and the editor, chose Brandon Sanderson, I respected the fact that he didn't just actually inherit it and went away with it. He spoke to Robert Jordan, and he's done his best to do whatever. So we don't know what Robert Jordan would have made a difference, but it's just the writing styles to me are different enough that I noticed them. So I've read the 3 final books once only. I couldn't read them again because they were just not interested to me.
But I'm going to give you a massive headache here now.
But saying that, what I think is
No, you go ahead first.
Yeah.
You finish your line, and
the
then
thing
I'll
is
add
with
mine.
this TV show, I think somebody's got the cliff notes, as they call it. Somebody's been through the books and says, "Tick this, 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 this. These are things you
Yeah,
need to know."
witches
And
must
somebody's
burn.
read it and said, "Right, they call them the Tarvalin witches. Right, we'll need to have one of them burnt at the stake. Right, he's this one's meant to be broody, right? Get him to kill his wife. What do you mean he's not? We'll marry him off, get him to kill his wife, then he can be broody. Right, this one's a bit of a rogue, right? Make sure he steals stuff. And it's that type of thing. Somebody's given them a cliff notes and they've just put, right, so they call them Tarvalin witches, right? So make sure they get burnt at the stake because witches. And it's that type of thing. That's what the way I've been looking at it is I had such high hopes. I had heard bad things about it, but the trailer made it look as if it wasn't going to be as bad as I thought.
Yeah,
And
but
I went and watched it.
even my script that I have written up that I'm getting ready to try and release and just go to review, I'm recalling from memory. I'm
Mhm.
not actually just going Wikipedia. Was that actually really how
But
or
it's the
what
same
this
idea.
character?
We've
But I'm
discussed,
pulling it out of my memory, and even pulling it out just from memory.
that's exactly, we did that
Nothing
before.
in
We
the
mentioned a
TV
character.
show adds or is accurate to any of the characters.
Yeah, and that's exactly it, because you look at it the last time when we were doing the review, we mentioned a character, then we went on to spray about that character, what they've done, what their motivation is, things that happen to them, things that is going to happen according to the show later on, and we're sitting here, how can that work? And that's nothing to do with we're sitting there with a load of cliff notes. We've read the book, so like Perrin, we know how he got there, what caused him to have other things that happen to him, and where he ends up, and when he has to go back to the Two Rivers, what's going to happen, and um, and things like that. But
But in this TV show, I see no reason
to think that's going to
why
happen,
Perrin would ever want to go back.
yeah. And also, I don't, and there's still no reason why he should have left. I've just killed my wife and kid. Okay, I'll leave with you. Thank you very much. Really? You're not going to stay there to bury your wife and child? You're just going to up
Not
north?
only that, in the book there are 3 Targaryens.
Now they're 5.
3 because
They
they're
said there's
born
4.
within 2 weeks of each other. The 5 proposed Targaryen in the TV show.
They did
One
say 4,
is
and I named
almost
his
7 years older. She would definitely not be Targaryen. She would not be within
But in
this
the book,
group.
she's the same age as them.
Nope, it is not.
No, sorry, not in the book.
And
In the TV show, she's roughly the same age as them.
what this is just like, oh,
Exactly.
I've been reading I would like to swear, but I'm
Yeah.
holding that level
And
back.
yeah,
But
disaster area. I've only seen
the
the first one
article's
yet.
written, oh, we want a Game of Thrones
Well, that's the thing.
ify
They want
it.
a
And
Game
it's
of
like,
Thrones.
no.
The fact is, A, I didn't want to see Lan's arse, and B, I didn't want to see Ran and Egwene getting it on. Didn't care. But
Randall
a
Quinn
disaster
never
area.
got his
I've only
on.
watched the first episode. And it took me 3 hours to watch the first episode. It was that bad. I'm not watching the second episode until tomorrow, and so I'm only doing 1 episode a week because, unlike Jim, I'm not as masochistic as him. He watched the first 3 episodes, and I still don't know how he managed to survive.
Us Vikings must
Yeah.
prevail. We will go wherever the danger is, but I'm trying. I know you are as disappointed as I am with Wheel of Time, the way Amazon has treated it. But I will give you a larger headache.
Yeah.
Rosamund Pike is an executive producer. She decided that this piece of garbage should be released.
Mhm.
But now she's actually replacing the Amazon Audible audiobooks as the narrator or reader of the books. And
Yeah.
I'm just going, this
I knew that.
individual is
Already.
now in a twilight zone.
Yeah.
She produced this junk, and now she's reading the books out loud to people
It's,
and just going, holy
but the
F,
thing is, have
how
they
did I
edited the
screw
books
this
yet?
up this
Have
badly?
they edited the books yet? Cut it down to make it more like the TV show. That's the
No,
thing.
no, no, no,
Because
no.
the good thing is,
She's
I've already got my.
reading the Robert Jordan
Well, the good
books.
thing is, I've already got my copies. I don't need a new one.
Yeah, but this is what I'll give anyone in the chat and even you. Get your audiobooks before she starts
Yeah.
reading them, because there will be edits.
The thing is, apart from anything
Get the
else,
original
see
material
the
while
original
you can.
audiobooks, there's both male and female reading them in the middle. So you've got, it'll
Yes.
start off, if any of the, like Gwen, Nynaeve, or Moiraine, or anything, Elaine, or Avienda, are a part of the story, there's the female reading it. If it
Yeah.
flips to one of the males, Rand, Perrin, Matt, Lan, Uno, whatever, it's the male reading it. So they do, within the book, they've got a male and a female. They'll read for the male and the female centric part of the story, which is great because it does give
It
that wee
even
bit extra. But
adds
if they're
to
having the
it.
one person reading it, it's just going to be, you're going to just hear in this thing, yes, the boys that, and you'll hear the distaste in it because based on how it's portrayed on the show.
No, the original. If you didn't read the books, and now I have a fear you can no longer get the original audiobooks. Like you said, it's read by a man and a woman, and the man is talking to the male side of the stories, wherever it is, where Robert Jordan is describing what's happening to the young boys or the elder village council or land or stuff like that. And then you have the opposite. There's a woman reading where it is the female centric part of the story. And there is no malice, there's no bad, wrong, left, right, center, upside down, wherever you want to go. They're actually reading it and presenting it as is. And this is the thing that has me the most upset about it. It's, yes, for, I might shock some people. The Wheel of Time, Emmons Field, that area, it's matriarchal. Women are right. They know best. They are in charge. They will tell men to just go away. But it isn't that bad. It isn't like, oh, you're a man, you're stupid. It is, oh, we think we might know that this is slightly the better solution, and you may be silly.
I'll put a different
Whereas the
spin in it than you.
Amazon production just go, you're a man, go
Yeah.
hang yourself.
I'll give a different perspective to you. Same thing, but it's different way I see it, right? It is a matriarchal world. So you've got like the Aes Sedai who are pulling the strings behind all the thing. However, down at the village level, you've got the women's council and you've got the men's council. So
It's the village council,
the
which
village
women
council
can
and then
also
the
be part of.
women's circle, right? However, the men say we do the important things. We let the women think theirs is important. The women are saying we do the important things, but we let the men think they're doing the important things. It's not a case of this one tells them what to do or this one is getting told to do by them. It's a case of, believe it or not, males and females have got different priorities in what they see as important. So when a
Balance
women's
is
council,
so fantastically
yeah,
made by Robert Jordan in
yeah.
this.
So when the women's council say the men think they do the main things, but we just let them, but we take the important decisions. It's the decisions you feel you see they're making is specifically the specific things, whereas the men's council say we do the important things, we just let the women think they run things, whereas they're making decisions on what they seem as important. So yes, you might actually have the men's council, they're the ones that are talking about the attacks by Trollocs, or there's bandits around, or the um robbers are or there's people coming here to, and we need to defend the place, right? Whereas you have the women who are be turning around and talking about how we need to organise, make sure there's enough food and water for the people who are in the siege, and when these bandits are brought in, we need to make sure there's justice being done. So the men are actually talking about fighting it, the women are actually talking about supporting the fight to make sure the things that are important are done. So yes, the fighting's important, but also feeding and watering of everybody who's there during the fight is important, because
Which is such a gorgeous
but that's what I'm
balance
saying.
that
It's the
Robert
fact that
Jordan describes.
yeah, the two of them have different things to talk about the same the same aspects. So the battle, the two of them talk about different things. So the women think this is important, the men think this is important. Both of them are important, but the two of them actually say, well, we'll look after the important thing, let the women look after the less important, or we'll look after the important thing, let the men look after the less important. So the women see the fighting is less important than the logistics, and the men see the logistics is less important than the fighting. Yet, without one, the other one is irrelevant. And that's the thing, that it shows the two of them work together, although they both have different ideas of what is better. So, do you wish they had made it 10 years ago instead of Game of Thrones? Yes, 100%.
Yeah, because 10 years ago, we would definitely have had a lot less of the
We would
toxicity.
have had a lot less of this, and we would have had Robert Jordan guiding it rather than Brandon Sanderson guiding it.
No, but even so, there would have been nonsense like what happened to Game of Thrones, that where they were running
Okay.
ahead with the TV show and everything before the actual source material was
The
there.
thing is, as well,
But
I
10
felt
years ago, we didn't have the constant smacking of your head. Oh, you're a man. How dare you touch the magic source? You make it filthy by touching it. And I was just going, this has nothing to
yeah.
do with it.
Do you know another thing I heard, which actually makes sense in certain things with what I've seen and heard, that not only is the source going to be one source that both male and females can touch, but to touch the source, it's all to do with hand gestures.
No,
So that's
no,
when, see, when they actually have the Aes Sedai blindfold and gagged and burnt, and we thinking, how can they? Because all they need to do is actually they use their
they
mind
just
to do
need
that.
to think
Well,
it and it
accordingly,
happens.
I saw a bit where the hands were cut off, lying on the table, and that's where Valder's taking the ring off to hang. And it's a case of, if they've not got hands, they can't make the gestures. That's why the power. That's why they can burn them at the stake. And you're sitting there thinking, if that's the way they're going, that explains why Moiraine was doing all this junk when she was doing the battle scene with the Trollocs.
I'm actually going to be very apologetic because if there's one thing I am lacking in a lot of fantasy where magic wielders come around, yes, the shot, the scene is bad, but it is the I'm dragging it in, I'm bringing the power forward, and then just like unleashing. I don't support or but not support. I'm not a fan of say Mortal Kombat where Scorpio or
Aye.
the other one is they're just going like zoom and magic happens. I want a little bit of the magic buildup, but the fact that she's standing and like, oh oh, I'm dancing, I'm dancing, I'm doing. And she's doing that for like 60 seconds, maybe even 2 minutes. That's too long. But I would like something more along the line of, say, in Lord of the Rings, when Gandalf is, crap, what was his name?
Sauron.
Sauron, thank you. That is good enough. It shows there is a little bit of time. I need to think of the spell. I need to manifest it. I need to swing it out and slam the staff and lift you up and swing you this way. Even when Sauron has the upper hand over Gandalf, it takes him time to actually defeat him because he has to think the spell. He has to actually create it, deliver it, get it through. But
Yeah.
A 2 minute to just go like, oh,
Yeah,
I'm
but
swooping,
see,
I'm
the
getting this
aspect of
stuff,
that
and
as well,
then lightning
it's
comes
doing
down.
all the
No.
bits and pieces. I thought the battle scene was really bad and all that was just a wee bit too overlong. I like the idea of
I have far more with that because
like the
land
idea.
is supposed to be dancing
Yes,
around.
dancing around, but it didn't. It looked really bad. But I like the idea that as she was weaving the spells, you see the different colours. So you would see the earth, the fire, the water,
Yeah.
that type of thing, the spirit. So you could have them as 5 different colours, winding them together to the thing. So it's it was a good representation. But the fact is, it's all this stuff. I just did not like. It was almost a case of it'd be like actually Expelliarmus and all this. It's that type of thing. It's so
But
basically what you're
that's
saying
something
is
the Harry Potter story delivered quite well.
yeah. But the good thing is you just go like
It's,
that to any one of them, and they can't cast a spell. So yes, but now they've actually set it up that if we catch her and chop her hands off, she can't cast a spell. That was
but
that
even in
takes it
Harry Potter, once you start reaching, shall we say, teacher level, they didn't need to do Wingardium Leviosa, if you're going to go Hermione Granger level. They just did the flick and switch. And it's like, they didn't speak, they didn't do it. It was mine. And that is magic. It's in Harry Potter, as well in Wheel of Time, you don't need hands. Yes, you need when you do the really, really strong magic, you need a sangreal. But you don't need to speak. You
well.
don't need to move your hands.
Yeah, you remember in the book, Egwene asked Moiraine, "Is our staff powerful?" Because a lot of the fireballs seem to come out of that, and she says, "No, it is just a staff. I just use it for concentrating." So she's telling her it's all done with the mind, and so she's using those parts as a tool to help her concentrate. So although she's pointing at her staff at something and lightning's coming out or fireballs coming out, it's not that. It's just a help for concentration. But now she's giving it all this, and really,
No.
it's just no. It's we'll talk about it tomorrow because otherwise I'm going to get really pissed off about the Wheel of Time before I actually get really pissed off by watching the Wheel of Time.
Oh,
And the thing is, people are suddenly around saying,
I do apologize in advance for you having to watch it. I've already seen it because like I said, I did it like a plaster. I just went,
yeah, and I was
all of it
watching,
gone in one motion.
I was
It
watching.
still hurt.
I think it was it might have been the BBC with Az and that, and they were talking about Az watching Batwoman. And I think Gary says, "Well, I've never watched any of it. I don't know how you can." And he says, "It gets me views." And I'm sitting there thinking, really? Can it get you that many? Because you think about it, right? We've got Wheel of Time tomorrow.
Yeah.
If we really liked it and we were praising it, would we have got views? Probably more than we would if we really hated it and telling it to everybody it's a load of shite. It's that type of thing. So what brings you the views in? Saying this is actually fantastic, everybody should watch it, or saying this is the biggest load of crap, everybody should avoid it.
I think it's partially
because
Schadenfreude, or like
but is
you
Ads gonna
like to
get more
see someone
views?
in pain.
Yeah, but is Az going to get more views because he dislikes it so much it just makes him look as if he's crazy? Or if he liked it so much it makes him... It's that type of thing. So initially, yes, I was probably a wee bit skeptic, thinking, yes, the fantastic Game of Thrones is coming. It will be big. It's just started, so maybe a channel talking about how really good it is and how it brings in the books and and all this. And then I watched it and I'm sitting there going, oh, do I need to watch this? I don't
But
care.
Game of Thrones is one of those unfortunate ones. It managed to start really strong. It didn't do well. I will give you this. It didn't do
You know
well
why it
compared to the
did,
books,
why it did
but
well
it
initially?
started strong, and then they realized, oh crap, we ran out of materials, and we got fundings for about 3 more seasons, and they just went,
Well, do you know
let's
why?
show lots of long, empty scenes, no dialogue, no interaction, no anything. But Game of Thrones, which they missed, is all about the interaction. The one in power, the one wanting power, the one maneuvering to get power. It's all in the dialogue, the back and forth and everything. And that's what they completely missed. And they dropped it after season 4
they
because
had
they didn't
absolutely
understand.
you could tell they had no, they didn't think it was going to succeed. They had no faith in it. And do you know why I know they had no faith in it?
Well, second season had like 1/5 of the budget of first season.
Yeah, but
The
it's not
second
that.
season should have been, whoa, this is why you should care. This is where Tyrion, the imp, is actually coming into power. He gets knocked left, right, and center. He is becoming a really crucial part of whatever else is moving forward. But they just went, you can
Yeah.
have 50
No,
quid, do whatever you want.
Yeah, I
And
can
it's like,
understand that, but what I'm saying is, do you know why I know they had zero faith initially in it? Nothing to do with they cut the budget for the second season. I'm talking about the first season, and it's based on what happens. I think it was in season 3, is because they had a lot of nudity and sex in it. Because as soon as it became a hit, all the actors and actresses says, no, I'm not doing that again. So basically, we'll do it to get a hit, and as soon as we get a hit, we don't need to do it. So it's no part of the storyline, and that's when somebody puts nudity and sex in their first season. That's to me telling me we don't think you're going to watch it, so we're going to put tits in it, so you will watch it, and we'll
yeah,
put you in. And that's to me,
I know there's a
that's
lot of people
cynical.
claiming there's tons of titties and
No, I'm not talking
boobies
about
and butts
I'm not
and
talking about
everything.
the Wheel of Time in
The
this. I'm talking
books
about the
do
Game of
not
Thrones.
have that. The
I'm
books
talking about
do
the
not.
first season of Game of Thrones. To me, that shows they had no faith in it because there was a lot of sex in it, there was a lot of nudity in it, and that was a hook. Once they got by the fact that they had already hooked people, then that allowed the actors and actresses to say, we don't want to do it anymore. If it was part and parcel of the story for the book, for the show, that wouldn't have changed. You look at what was it called? Spartacus, right?
Spartacus actually had a valid reason
Yeah, they had a lot
for
of sex and a lot of
skimpy
violence
clothing,
throughout
not
the whole.
necessarily nudity, but
No, but they had
skimpy
it.
clothing.
Yeah, they also had sex and nudity a lot
Yeah,
throughout the whole 3-4
but it
seasons
had a reason.
because exactly it had a reason because they were showing how cheap life was and how people were just disregarded. and they were just treated a particular way. So they had it, but they didn't say, all right, season 1 was a success, we don't need to do it in season 2. It still continued through season 2, season 3, and even the season 4, which was not as good because. But the fact is, that's when I can tell that if they change it after a season or 2, when it's become popular, that shows they only put it in there was to get the hook, to get people in, not
Yeah.
because it was needed in it. And that's the difference. That's what I'm saying. You look at Spartacus compared to Game of Thrones. Game of Thrones only did it to get the hook because as soon as they had the audience, they dropped it and they didn't want, and the people who were okay with it
You,
suddenly
you,
didn't
you,
become
you,
okay.
you see, this is where I'm in two balances of this. Usually, what you describe is really accurate, but I never buy an actress or actor swinging out his banana and 2 beans, or sausage and 2 beans, or a lady flashing her double melons, and then going, "Oh, I'm not going to do it anymore." I'm thinking, well, you flashed them to become famous, and now that you are famous, you're just going to go, sorry, no more. It's like, you're doing this for personal reason, not because that is what the story you became famous from.
Exactly.
But on the flip side of it, one of my favorite ladies that is out there is Lucy Lawless. You have seen her, the Warrior Princess. She's done tons of other films. She joined Spartacus. And initially, literally the first season, she's sexually aggressive, but she isn't flashing any of her bits. Later on, she is. But mind you, this is like 20 years into her career. She doesn't need to flash them. She's Lucy Lawless. She has a massive career to stand on, but she chose to add that to it, which gives me a lot more respect for her flashing her bits than an 18-year-old kid just going, "Oh, I'll flash my bits," and it's like this massive TV show. "Oh, I'm not gonna do anything anymore."
Yeah, but see, I've got the opposite theory in that is, see if a program is basically showing its bits just to get an audience, that's the type of program I don't care enough about. Whereas I can watch a program which shows more and has more violence if it's needed for the show, like the Rome, the Spartacus, and stuff like that. They were showing you how cheap life was and how people were treated. But they did it all the way through. The fact that they did it all the way through when the people were actually flocking to that show showed that it was necessary. But as I said with the Game of Thrones, we need you all to take your clothes off because we need people in. But as soon as we got people in, what do you mean you don't want to do it? No problem, we've got the people anyway, so you can sign that off. Shows that the people who were writing it didn't think it would sell enough unless they had that bits in it. So they were quite happy once they had the people to let people say, I don't want to do it anymore. Because if they'd done it the year before and say, I don't want to do it, they'd say, fine, we don't want you, we'll get somebody else who'll do it.
Yeah, no.
And that's the thing. That's what I did.
It is so much
I was going
part
to
of
say
the
to Disaster
false
Area.
selling.
Yeah. Thank you, because I know some people who, because they've not read the books, don't want to actually watch it because I've not read the books, so I've no interest. Other people are saying, I've not read the book, so it's a different beast for me. So if I like it or don't like it, makes no difference. I can understand both sides, but I can also understand the side that if you read the books, you can still love a program which is just based on the books if it's done well. But if it's done badly, it doesn't matter if you've read the books or not read the books. A bad program's a bad program. Because I've seen things that were based on a book, and they were good in a different way because they took the basics of the characters. They didn't change them. They just changed the story. So the same type of characters. And to me, it was like seeing it'd be like taking Rand, Perrin, and Matt and having the same character types and having it in a show, but it didn't have the dragon. But you could have said, well, it might have been a time when they were a bit younger and this was just an adventure they had. But it was the same three people because you could see from the books the same set of characteristics. So you could actually say that could be later on in their life they've had that, or else that could have just been happened at when you were concentrating on Egwene and Nynaeve doing this. This happened with those three. They had this adventure out with it. But it's when they keep the character types and they slightly change the story. So that way it might be a case of, well, that could be a side story, or that could have been a story doing with this. I don't have issues with that, but as long as the characters are based on the characters in the book, I'm okay with it. So like having a stat, like we've got Kirk, McCoy, and Spock, right?
Mhm.
As long as you've got three other people playing those three parts. However, say the three people nail the characters of Kirk, Spock, and McCoy from the early season, and then they have them in a completely different thing, but no other characters, just the three of them, then you could think, well, that could just be the three of them having something happen. Maybe they were on holiday and they went and this happened. So you don't need to. It, it's a way of saying those are the right three character types, just in a different location, and so you could understand why it's still linked to Star Trek, because even though it's new actors playing it, but as long as they play the characters well, you can get away with it, even if the story's slightly different. That's
Yeah, I agree fully, and it, it might sound like I'm appeasing the woke culture here. I could care less if Spock is gay, bi, trans, whatever he seems,
see the thing is, the thing that
whatever
annoyed me,
pronouns he wants to put on a Twitter bio. Spock is the logical character going, you do this, you realize this is your danger. This is not the smart move. This is not what, blah, 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 blah. Kirk is the one ultimately in charge. He has to make a decision. He relies heavily on the feedback from Spock. He does listen, even though whatever TV show you watch, it seems like, oh, no, that's just fine. No, that's not Kirk's character. Kirk is actually listening to him, but he's also listening to McCoy because McCoy is the polar opposite to
yeah,
Spock. And he takes those two feeding into him, and he goes, I have 500 people on this ship. It's my job to make sure they're safe. That is where he's coming from. And he may seem, even in the original series, he may seem arrogant and like ignorant and it's like, don't care, we'll go wherever. No, when you actually look at the decisions, he's never stepped above and beyond making sure that the ship with all the crew comes home tomorrow.
yeah. I I I I can see that. Yeah, I'm not denying that. I'm trying to actually think what I was actually I was going to say.
Well, you got me in on that track because that's how I see it. And I understand the desire of people wanting to write these. They're not diverse characters. Sad
Right,
to say, they're not
that
diverse.
was what I was going to say. You were talking about it's something you said earlier, right? See, when you've got someone who'll say, "Oh, Spock is now a Caesar or a, a bisexual," and they'll say, and you'll say, "Why did you do that?" And they'll say, "But it's unimportant. Why does it matter?" Then you say, "Then why did you do it? If it is unimportant, it doesn't make any difference to the story." So if somebody changes something which doesn't matter, then why did you change it? That's the type of question I would have. As soon as somebody says, "Well, that change is unimportant," then why did you change it if it is unimportant? So you've changed it for the sake of changing it. So if it was important to the story you want to tell, I can understand the change. But if it's unimportant to the story you want to tell, why did you change it then? it makes zero difference. And I'm not talking about the type of person to play particular characters, or certain people should be playing particular characters, because you wouldn't have a white guy playing Martin Luther King or Malcolm X. You
Just you
just wouldn't.
wait.
So why? But if you're looking at Henry VIII, you wouldn't have anybody else except a white guy playing it, because. But
Yeah, they already have a black.
no, but no matter what, hold on, I've got that nutty back in. I've got that
He's a
nutty back in.
persistent bugger, isn't he?
Yes, aye, he definitely is. He's obviously just
Hey, more
loves
views.
he loves the sound of our voices. That's what it is. I think he might actually have a wee bit of a on for us. I think we'll assume it is. If it comes back in, it's just because he actually fancies us. So it's obviously us, because it's no wind, because she's away, so he's still coming in to see us.
When it's not with us anymore, so clearly it's either you or me. But I've seen myself in the mirror this morning, so it's definitely you.
Ah, well, I've seen myself in the mirror, and you're right. But it's the thing is, but I'm saying is, if somebody changes something in a story and they say it's unimportant, why does it matter? Then why did they change it? And if you're saying, well, it's unimportant for this, right? So actors, to me, yes, is unimportant. Like, for instance, Bond, or even Doctor Who. People are saying we need. Why
It's
do we
quite
have that?
different there. Bond is Bond. I don't care if it's Roger Moore or Sean Connery or stuff like that. Timothy Dalton,
Disaster area.
George Lazenby. Even though Lazenby only did like literally the one only, that doesn't matter. Like if you put it on the other side of replaceable characters, you can't use Doctor Who.
No,
I'm a noob.
I can.
I'm a
If you let
rookie
me
when it
finish
comes
what
to
I
Doctor
was
Who,
going to
but
say.
it's the regeneration part. That's
No.
an important part of the Doctor Who story.
Yes, I'm not saying that. I'm not talking about the actual within on-screen thing of it. But what I'm saying is, James Bond, like Doctor Who, to me, it should be male, but more importantly, it should be a British male. Colour is unimportant as long as they're British male.
Don't care about
It's the
color.
same as like if they had a Buffy, if they have anything other than an American girl playing that part. So I don't want to see a British female or a male of any description playing the Buffy
I don't want to
character.
see a Russian or Japanese Buffy.
No, but that's what I'm saying. American. So it doesn't matter if she's Chinese American, Black American, Pakistani American. I don't care as long as she's
Buffy
American.
is a high school
Yes,
cheerleader kind of girl.
but that's what I'm saying. So the colour is irrelevant as long as they're American. That's what I'm saying. American girl.
Yeah.
It's the same as like they say, oh, James Bond has to be a white male. No, he has to be a British male. There's plenty British males of all different colours. It's the culture he brought up in. That's the thing that I'm saying. You couldn't
That is also the main thing Bond is protecting. He's protecting the British interest.
Yes.
Why do we care about? Okay, yes, golden eye, planet's gonna go supernova, go nuclear. No, he's protecting it because he's protecting Britain.
Yeah, so you can't
It's
have
just
an American
happened to
playing
be
James Bond. You couldn't have a Russian or
a side
guy
effect
playing
that he
James
saves America, South America,
Right.
Africa. He saves the planet. No, he's there because he saves Britain.
It has to have the British characteristics. But when people turn around and say, "Oh, it has to be a white male," then that's when they're wrong, because it has to be a British male. Colours are irrelevant.
Yep.
It's the same as Doctor Who. It has to be portrayed by a British person. just for the simple fact is, it's a British iconic character. I think it's a British male, but colour is irrelevant because as long as the person is British, brought up, born in Britain, because they know the British characteristics.
Yeah.
So it'd be like me going over to stay in America and then expecting an American role because I'm a naturalised American because I've emigrated there and got my passport changed. Why would I actually ever consider the American for a TV role which is a classic American character? It makes zero sense because you would want somebody who was brought up in America. Even
I
though
mean, there is no British character, born and raised individual. I don't care how talented they are, but they would not be ever a British born. Well, born is kind of wrong, but British raised individual that could replace Chevy Chase as an American comedic actor.
Mhm. But that's what I'm
That
saying. So
that
it's all to
does
do with
not.
you could, as they were acting, yes, you could say, right, this is the script and you go and do it. Would somebody who's seen Chevy Chase be able to impersonate him? To an extent, it's because as long as it's clipped down, you could have them do a 10-minute skit and take maybe a minute out and say, right, this is the minute of the show we're doing. And look, he
Yeah.
looks just as good as Chevy Chase because they've been selective of it. And that's the thing.
But that's where they copy pasta. Like highlight this line, copy, paste it, and put it in. That's where they think they are.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
that is just so wrong because even if you try to copy, say, Chevy Chase, Robin Williams, George Carlin, Richard Pryor, Eddie Murphy, you can copy what they did, but you
for
will
a
never,
movie,
ever come up with the new stuff
yeah, but
they
that's the
would be
point.
able
We
to
weren't
deliver.
talking about them being them. I'm talking about somebody as an actor could act British, could act American. Just the
No.
simple fact is, no, what I'm saying is as an actor, but they couldn't act letting a stage play where they're there all the time. Because of the way filming is done, they could film a day and only use a minute of it. So you could spend all day doing your Robin Williams impression, and from that 12 hours shift, they might only use a minute of it here and there. And then you look at it and you watch it on the screen and say, oh, he's really good as Robin Williams. So he could have played that part based on that. That's what I'm saying. As an actor, you could get away with wee snippets here and there, and they could put it together and make it look really good. But what I'm saying is,
You're talking more about the hyper focus, and I was
I'm
actually
talking
looking
about
around, but I
I'm
don't
talking
even
about an
have my
actor.
mobile phone around me
But
because
what I'm
it's
talking about
just
an actor, about someone who's acting in movie types. So that's what I'm saying is, I think realistically, the person needs to be a British actor to play a British, the beats the Doctor or James Bond, because they're very British characters because it is a British institution that they got. However, even if the person could act British and on screen look and sound British because of the acting, the people talking to them, walking through, saying you would do it this way. That's what acting is. However, I think it's to the fact is, you look at uh, Hugh Laurie playing House. They thought he was an American because he told them and they acted like an American. They didn't know because
you're stealing my idea here because I was actually going to throw
but see,
another
it's the
curveball,
fact
but
is, so
go
you
ahead.
can get a British to act like an American, you can get an American to act British. However, the reason I'm saying is, doesn't matter if they're how they act, it's they have to be that because it's a British institution. That's what I'm saying. It's not a case of they can't act British for that like James Bond part, but they shouldn't be chosen because they're not British because it's a British institution. Same as the Doctor. That's what I mean. And
I'm very much
that's the way
with you
saying
on that one.
if you were
And
going to
the one thing I was going to drop on you is an amazing British actor, ginger, 6 foot 500 inches tall. He's tall, he's good looking, he's got everything going for him. Damian Lewis. And he was picked by Steven Spielberg to do the sergeant, I believe. Initially, he became the corporal later on in Band of Brothers. But
Nice.
they were really hesitant about hiring a British actor to portray an American sergeant slash corporal, which is what the character role was going to evolve to.
Winters.
Yes, Winters. But Damian Lewis just absolutely pulled it off. But that is good acting. However, there are iconic roles, just like you said. Doctor Who, black, woman, child, white, brown, Indian, Pakistani, whatever. If they're British born, they have the right to play him.
Long as
But
it's
it
not-
should be a show made within Britain because
Yes.
Doctor Who is a British
institution.
institution. Yes,
Yeah.
it's
yeah,
where
Same
it
as
comes
Bond,
from.
but it's the same idea. Like I was watching what Disaster Area was saying. If you're doing a modern Bond, then yes, it's fine. But if you're doing a Bond from the set in the 50s and 60s, then it would have to be a white character, just for the simple fact is the makeup of
It would
Britain at the
help,
time was
but
different.
I would add Mel Brooks, Blazing Saddles kind of thing into that.
Yeah.
Let's put a black sheriff into the harshest part of the most ignorant level of the American history.
Yeah, people are actually says that's a racist movie, and considering he made it to show how stupid racism was, people,
Blazing
these
Saddles is
modern people
amazing.
have zero concept that a movie poking fun at racism, they say you shouldn't have on the TV because it's racist. Really, these nutcases actually just do not understand.
No,
Pure common sense.
mandatory education should be you have to watch Blazing Saddles, you have to laugh at how stupid the things that are being highlighted is, because that is the only way to prove that you're going,
Blazing Saddles
care,
did it.
black, white, red, blue, purple, orange,
Yeah.
whatever color, don't care. That is a stupid
Blazing
thing,
Saddles
and I'm
did it.
laughing.
Love Lie Neighbor did it. Alf Garnett did it. What was the American one? Archie Bunker did it.
Oh yes, yeah.
Anybody who was racist or sexist were laughed at, because the easiest way to actually show people how stupid they are is make you laugh at them. Because if somebody says something racist and you realise how freaking stupid they are, then you realise how stupid it is to judge someone based on the colour of their skin. That's the way to do it. Make them the laughing stock.
The thing is, we had this, and
They've changed it now.
I know you have a few weeks more on this planet than I do.
One or two, yeah.
One or two. But back in the day, they didn't assume that we were stupid. They told us a story. This is wrong. This is not what things should be like. We're showing you the fallout, the sadness, the hurt it's bringing. But today it's like, oh, you're white, you're bad. Oh, you're not white. Brown, purple, blue, orange, whatever you do, keep doing it. Don't care if you commit crime. Don't care if you do this. Don't care if you do that. I'll just go, no, this is not how things should be. Tell people hurting an animal That's bad. If you're hurting several animals, you're likely to become a serial killer. Hannibal, with Silence of the Lambs. We've already seen these stories.
And of
We
course we have.
know the message it brings.
Yeah, but it's the same idea as, was it Gary or then they brought up the fact is it's the language they use. The language is like, if you say that you're this type of person, implying if you don't see it, you're that type of person. So, like for instance, they call all the thingy. So let's all be anti-racist. Well, show me the pro-racists. Or they
Yeah.
basically say you're anti-Holocaust. Well, show us the people who are pro-Holocaust. They're the fickwits. So if you're actually saying somebody's anti-Holocaust, or it's implying that, oh, I'm anti beating puppies. So if you disagree with me, that means you must be pro beating puppies. That's what they're implying, which is the biggest load of pish. And as I said,
I do love the word pish.
aye. It's the same as we were talking about this this stupid thing the Sally Ann did, or the Salvation Army. Sorry, we call it the Sally Ann.
Same
That
thing.
basically said they want their donors who are white to also apologise. So what happened? A lot of their donors have went, we'll give more money to other people. People who have been given a monthly donation for years have cancelled it and decided to give that donation sponsorship to somebody else who's not calling them a racist just because of the colour of their skin. And
I'm gonna alleviate the because we are really digging down a harsh trench. But I grew up in the older kind of household, shall we say, where you should not hit your kids. Let's just say my parents were slightly older than the generation where that message got through. But boy, did I get in trouble for picking up the house phone when I was home alone and saying, "Hello, this is the Salvation Army's Army Depot." The Salvation Army Depot would be Bibles, which I thought is clever. The person on the other side thought AK-47. I cannot be held
we all
accountable for
did
what
that.
they thought.
I mean, I got into trouble for actually picking the phone up and actually saying Bob's brothel. But
No, but
I was
it was
12,
a
I thought it
person
was
calling
funny.
out to the blue, and I just went Salvation Army Depot, and they thought I was like a terrorist or something. They complained to my parents, and boy, did I physically feel the impact of me just being cheeky for someone that shouldn't have called.
Yeah, but the thing is, my attitude was, well, if you wanted to answer the phone, you should have been there to answer it rather than getting me to answer the phone. So I would pick up the phone deliberately and say things like Bob's Brothel or George's Chicken Hut and stupid stuff. And it was just so basically my mum eventually said, you stay away from that phone. So I wasn't the remote control for the telly anymore. Because it would say, go and turn that telly off. So I would turn it to BBC Two. No, I wanted it to ITV. Oh, sorry, you didn't tell me. So they would have to be very specific when they were asking me things. Because if I didn't want to actually get up and go and turn the TV over, I would do, if they would say, go up and turn the TV over, I would literally turn it to a different channel than the one I know they wanted, unless they very specifically get up and turn that over to channel 1 or channel 3, that type of thing. So they had to be very specific. It was easier saying to my brother,
How young are you? You had 3 channels. I had 2 growing up.
BBC One, BBC Two, and Channel 3, or ITV was, or STV.
No. We had 2 channels until the mid-90s.
There's always been BBC One and BBC Two on the telly and STV.
Oh, you're such a spoiled brat. So sorry to say that. No, we did have additional channels, but you needed satellite dish and subscription and
In
special
the
cards
UK,
and
in
blah blah.
Scotland, in the UK, you could actually get the basic 3 channels. Channel 4 coming in was a big thing because certain people couldn't get it and certain people could. So I could be actually along the road and meet somebody in a town and they've never seen Channel 4, so because it took a while for it to get and all the dishes and all the antennas and stuff like that. But no, I grew up with STV, BBC One and BBC Two. And actually, believe it,
Oh,
BBC Two had some really good stuff because you got them on BBC Two, you didn't get them on BBC One. So you watched Red Dwarf in BBC Two. You wouldn't watch it in BBC One because it wasn't good enough for BBC One. You watch it in BBC Two until it actually became a big hit. Then in BBC One would have it.
yeah.
So things like that.
But oh, it's just such a weird thing. But
BBC Two
it's
was
interesting to
all day.
know. Well, it
I
was
know.
not on all day at
I
start. No,
remember.
we had a similar thing. So we had the 2 channels. The one channel usually did like 6 o'clock in the morning until about 10 o'clock in the evening.
Yeah.
The second channel did about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and it showed like a matinee film, and then it was like a couple like junk stuff. But it used to cut off before channel 1 was done, and there was tons of people actually asking, and this was when reporters, journalists were still going, it's like, oh, the people want more of this, and we have to pay a lot of money. It was
Yeah.
like 40 pence a day or something for the TV license.
See, the
It's
thing
like,
is,
really, you're only giving us about 10 hours a day of entertainment. We're paying this much.
yeah, but it's the same idea as like I remember BBC One would start maybe about 7 o'clock in the morning, and it was on until about midnight. BBC Two, I think it was 2 o'clock in the afternoon it started, and it stopped about midnight. ITV, same idea. It started about maybe 6 or 7, stopped about midnight. And then you had the ooh, you had the
Oh,
techie lady, you had the
the
door,
circle with
uh-huh, the girl on the
it's
cross
like
with the chalkboard, and then you had that in BBC for a while, and then or in the other channels it just went and good night. Ooh, the wee teeny white dot in the middle of your screen. That was the turn it off. But I remember all that growing up. BBC
and if there is an American watching this stream, by the way, it's the equivalent to having your national anthem, and then it just turns into the ant wars. So basically, like the gray, black dots, like everything is just flashing. Bzzz.
I know there wasn't even the flashing. It used to go black and then it would contract into just the wee single dot, and it was just a buzz with the wee single dot. It was basically to make sure nobody left their TV on. Hence the reason why it was.
You see, here in Europe, we got the going on, but the Americans actually just got like an ant war. So it's like gray, black, white dots
Because
like
you could always
all
tell
over
if
the
somebody
screen.
fell asleep and left their TV on because when they watched it in the morning, there was a big centre white spot because they'd left it on, and that white spot had taken away the thingy for the TV, and it took a while for it to actually calm down so you could watch it again. It was designed to make sure you didn't you didn't leave your TV on. The annoying news, so it was. But I didn't know BBC was coming back. But I don't watch terrestrial TV at all now. My wife does. She watches. She likes her soaps, but I don't watch any. The only time I ever watch it when things like Paradise are
Unfortunate,
on.
I'm the only one in my household. There is no live TV going on here whatsoever.
Nah, the only time
It's
we watch it is
YouTube,
when. The only time I watch
catch
it
up,
is when
live
Death in
stream.
Paradise is on or something like that, or the Red Dwarf. But that's on Dave now. But when Death in Paradise was on, I like Death in Paradise, so I watched that. Me and my wife will sit and watch that. Two of us enjoy it. But I don't watch terrestrial TV, my wife does. But he usually records it anyway, so
No,
yeah.
I'll stop watching it for the last 7 years now. I think it is.
Yeah.
I just don't have the energy. It's
I know the
every
feeling,
time that every time, even if I watch live TV, even though it's not technically what I would pay the BBC license for, it's there are too many adverts or breaks or anything in the show, and I'm just going.
Yeah.
I can wait about 3 weeks and I can buy the entire TV show on Amazon, or if Netflix is giving it for free. There's no adverts, no nothing. I mean, one of my original TV shows that I loved, still love to this day, is 24. Um, Kiefer Sutherland, and it was supposed to be real life action and everything. And when you watched it on TV, way back in the day, with the adverts and everything, every hour was actually on the hour. But the season was supposed to take place over a 24-hour period. Fair enough. 1 hour episode, 24 episodes. But if you cut down on the advert, it turns out it was only about 17 hours. You can literally, not without disrupting your sleep cycle, you can still get a good 8 hours sleep. You can watch without the advert an entire season of 24 and still get 8 hours worth of sleep.
But considering it was over 24 hours, and I didn't like the premise of it because, right, okay, so nobody got stuck at lights, did they? So nobody fell asleep, did they? So
That is the biggest issue I have with Jack Bauer. But then again, he's an elite super agent. He's our superhero. He's Superman, Spider-Man, Hulk, Iron Man, Captain America, all in one. He can do all of these things. Yes, Jack Bauer never sleeps. That is very true. But I
yeah,
do
even
like
if
the
you can
fact.
actually say they can't sleep or can't eat, right, because they're so thingy, they're caught in it. But that doesn't
Yes,
stop
but
certain traffic or other things happening.
I like the premise they were trying to build with the show. I don't think they needed, what was it, 9 seasons? They could have done 3 seasons, and that would have been enough.
But
But
as long as
Jack
it's
Bauer
making money,
never
I think they're going
sleeps,
to stop.
never eats, never goes to the loo, never does anything a human would be. And if I was him, after that 24 hours, I'd be spending half an hour at the loo just pissing like a horse, because you do see him drinking, you do see him getting liquid and like refreshing stuff and everything. Never see him pee. But let's say that he managed to hold it in for 24 hours. Yeah, he's going to be in the loo for half an hour just whizzing.
Yeah.
But still, I like the premise. It was good, but it was back in the day. I mean, we're talking early 2000s. They weren't planning on like, oh, let's get the more complex day to day and like bake this in and do this. And yes, the first season actually has Jack Bauer caring about the fact that he has a daughter and he has a strange wife. And it comes back in later seasons. But really? She becomes a greater hero than he is. He just goes around fixing what's going on. Whereas she, weirdly enough, female protagonist, hero, whatever, she actually goes forward to find solution to the problem. And let's say, oh, we do this, it won't happen again.
Yeah, because
So
of course female had to be better.
No, it's not even that. It is just the way she was written. She's actually better than her dad, but only brought in a little bit because obviously he's the staple. If you think 24, you think Jack Bauer. You think of him. You forget the fact that Samwise Gamgee from Lord of the Rings came in being an obnoxious, oh, I have the power, I have the authority. But the fact that he understands, I made the wrong decision, he stays outside and gets impacted by a really horrific airborne virus that literally like rips your lungs out of your nose. It has many amazing facets to it, but overall, 24 is Jack Bauer. He will shoot anyone in the face that causes a problem.
Yeah. Oh, I'm starting to flag, I must admit. So I'm getting to that point.
Oh,
Listen, there was a couple of things I was actually wanting to check. We've obviously looked at them, and obviously we were looking at intros. We showed the Wheel of Time intro. We showed your intro. Did we show my intro? This is the intro I've got as a very basic one. Nowhere near as good as Jim's. So don't judge me. Don't judge me.
I just need to fix
I
the
did this
license
on a
plate.
site that I could do for free. Jim's obviously got one that you can edit properly and actually have a real one. I'm crap at it anyway, and I had to just get a 3D one. So this is the one I'm thinking as an intro initially. Is this one? As you can see, that one was a freebie from InVideo, which you can go on, take one that's already there, edit it, and fiddle around with it. It's a similar idea, but it's got the logo on it, or else you would pay for it. However, I'm a cheapskate. I'm paying for StreamYards, and that's basically it. Because I've bought all this equipment, I still can't afford that anyway. Right, I've got another one. This was one I dated a wee while back. I'm not keen on this one, but it's I was fiddling around, as you can see. So let's tell us what you think of this one. So that first one was intro one. That was the one with just the 4 names on it. Right? Here's it. That was basically an intro to the channel itself. So it's only me, and it was that. So that knows.
Yeah, you see, I actually got a little bit nostalgic about that one. It felt a little bit,
because it was the old TV.
Transformers, He-Man.
Yeah.
Oh, what was the masked guys called? But even it was rolling back to the Thunderbirds. It had a very good classical vibe.
The sound bite, yes, was a very classical one. That's why I went with the classic, with the old TV type sets, with the as you said, the ants crawling, the color coding and stuff like that. The other one is the one we saw earlier, which is the one that I created, which is a very, very rough draft. Unfortunately, it goes on for about 30 seconds, so I'll only do a bit of it just so you can see a rough idea. And this is intro 3. Right, I only cut that after a while because it is a wee bit long. It's about 30 seconds, so I try to time it because
I'm,
StreamYards has a 30-second countdown. This was my 30-second countdown introduction to the screen. But
well, I'm actually going to say this because I know, but this will be completely up to you. The intro I made for this channel, we're now 4 hours and 14 minutes in. Usually YouTube only scans the first 30 minutes. So you could, in theory, take the one you ripped off my channel
right,
and show it to the audience and see if they like it. Because
right,
there should be no flagging because they don't scan this far in because it takes too much computer power.
right. I've got it here. I'm just uploading it.
And again, we do not monetize our channel. So if they say, "Oh, you did bad," I'll just go, "That
No, the
was
thing is,
mine."
if we need to, we can clip that wee section out if they
Exactly.
actually block it. But yeah, I mean, so it's just taking a wee while to upload. So give it 2 seconds.
Yeah.
Right. So here's the
Keep
one
your
Tim
pants
did.
on disaster area. You're in for a rough ride.
Yes, really rough, right? So here you go. Which is makes mine look like bad.
No, that was not the intention. It was just I had an idea, I followed along with
No,
it.
but no, it's basically you saw the one that I did. It's got the logo in the corner. That is just that's a free one, so that is just very basic. So I liked it because it was a basic and it is like, but the one that I created, I liked the idea of, but it's a bit grainy and I needed to do a bit further away from the camera to get it a bit sharp, which means there's a bigger area to fill in. So I need to actually set all that up properly. It takes me about an hour just to actually build it up, and then it takes me a couple of hours to actually cut the video down to like 30 seconds. So I've got a video with an hour, and I have to cut them all out into all those very small sections, and then bleed them in so they actually just look as if they're appearing. It
Yep.
can take a long time.
That they do, and
So
I've done this. I did the same when I built this intro. It's the moving from one character or text to another and like flipping the camera around. It doesn't take too long to do the digital camera angle, but when you're rendering it, when you're putting it into an actual video file, that one took me 2.5 hours. It probably 2 hours. I will say okay, 2 hours, but 2.5 hours. I got the decent computer. It still took me 2 hours to just make it smooth enough because you can make it in like 5 minutes, but it's like blurry, grainy. You can barely read what's
Well,
going
the
on.
one I did in mine is because it's a freebie one, it's only 720. It's not even a high def one, so it's a low def one.
Yeah, that might have been my issue because I did it in full HD.
Yeah. So, but Disaster says you think you need a logo. I'm assuming that would have been on both of ours because I can't remember what one's got the logo. And he says, "Can you mix the two of them together?" What you mean in the? I think he's talking about the type I did, and then with yours with all the line, the colours, all the names coming across that way. Or are you talking about?
It's more getting the name coming up, or well, this is the weird thing. The camera isn't moving; it's the world that is moving in front of the camera. So whereas you think the camera is jumping from shot to shot, it's actually just the camera is still, but the world is moving. I know it's a weird concept to get your head
No,
around.
we've all watched telly before. We know how that part works.
Exactly.
It's like watching the three guys fighting in the wall, then on the roof, and then on the floor. We know the camera's sitting there, and it's the room. It's rotating. It's not the camera. It's rotating because it's the room rotating, so it looks like they're actually climbing up the wall. So the camera's rotating with it. So we know the whole room is rotating when they're actually fighting on the wall, and then so like two vampires fighting suddenly on the roof and the ceiling and the floor. So, but do you know what I was thinking?
Right.
Seeing
Go
how
ahead.
you've got yours with the names coming up, and then you've got the Viking shots in the middle.
Yeah.
Remember, I was saying about how I'd like to have done one similar idea with like old classic TV clips, pictures coming up.
It's easy to replace them.
No, but the thing is, see the one you've already got. What I could do, take the sound off, right? Remove the sound initially,
Yeah, go ahead.
and then clip it, and then put the bits in. So you've got the name coming up, like Wendology, and you could put a couple of the bits with Wendology in, and then bring the other name up, and then put a couple of bits like Star Trek. We just reclip, like me, same idea as you did, like me, and then put the sound back in, and it's very similar to the one with the smoke and that, with a couple of bits of TV show, the same as you did with the Viking, and then just put the music back in, but the music has to be extended. It's a wee bit a weird one because I would need to get the music again, or else you could change the music to a free one. But based on that, that's all I'm saying, is because I can edit videos, but I can't create them. It's really weird, my edit. That's what I meant. I meant Jim's titles over your picture. I'm my ugly mug. Yeah. But the thing is, it's because you've got the perfect titles and you've got the perfect one with the Vikings. But instead of having to re-edit it and then re-render it, what you could do is I could do is actually just cut it, separate it, and put the couple of bits with the movies, like a wee bit of that Star Trek, a wee bit of Doctor Who, a wee bit of Forbidden Planet, and then the names, then a wee bit of them, a wee bit of them. I forgot to mention it. I have to actually do the planet because Jim usually beats us to it. So that type of thing, and because you've got all those done, you've already shown us a good way of doing it. The only thing is I need to do is remove the music because the music is copyrighted. Then take yours, split it, and then in between the splits, put a wee couple of seconds of thing like you did with your Viking one, and then add the music in again. So what I'll do is I'll do it and I'll show you what I mean, Jim, because it's easy. It'll take me things, so I could do it Tuesday because Monday I'm out playing Magic. Tuesday I've got nothing on. Wednesday we've got the stream. We've got the movie to watch for the stream, and then Thursday I've got nothing on. So I could do it Tuesday or Thursday. But you see what I mean now, because you've done yours with the Vikings in the middle of all your titles.
Yep.
Instead of you having to do it and then re-render it, all I need to do is split it at that point because I've got the editing software I could split. And instead of actually deleting the part, I just need to actually put something in the middle. So I could put like a couple of seconds of Star Trek, Doctor Who, Forbidden Planet, and then put that in. And just all I'm doing is take the sound off and then putting a new 3B sound on.
But,
And
that is perfectly all right. So you can literally take it down from what I've done, but I actually have access to the source material, so I can actually change the text. I can tilt it, change it,
yeah,
whichever way I want. So I can actually rebuild it, but I can put in, and it will still fall under the YouTube. This is, you are actually creating. Yes, you're using copyrighted material, but you're not stealing all of it. You're just
Mhm.
using like a still or a screenshot
Yeah.
or like a few seconds
As long
that
as
you're adding it in.
as
It,
long as
it
you're within a set amount of time, and I think it's something like 7 or 8 seconds, you can do a 7 or 8 seconds, like
if
Mm.
you look at my intro that I
But
made, none of
that's
it
the
is
areas,
about
right?
that.
You would need to get to the high quality of your text and titles.
Yeah,
You would need
the
decent high
disaster.
quality.
I appreciate your feedback, but don't worry. I have the highest 7 Cs resources available.
Yeah, and I've got a load of videos, so I could actually dig out the DVDs for a couple of classics, and I've got a piece of software which will I rip all mines out, so I can rip the one directly from the DVD, so it's no bad quality.
Exactly, and if you send that across to me and saying I want this and this and this and this snippet, you send them,
No,
and I'll just go boom, 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 done.
Kelly Inch, no, we never sleep.
Killian, don't you
Basically,
realize we're geeks sleeping? That's not the geek thing. We're literally up until about 6 o'clock in the morning. We sleep for about 15 minutes, wake up, jump into the shower, have 10 pints of coffee, and go to work.
hey, you listen to you, and you, what happened there? My voice went. Hold on, I'm actually all stuck. I've caught myself in this.
You're
So,
getting yourself
What
stuck.
I was saying is, you watch it. I says I was flagging earlier. I'm feeling as if I'm melting.
I'm
so
melting. I'm melting.
yeah, that's true. I can get good high
Fair enough.
quality pictures. That's true, but there was reason I was saying about the pictures for because especially for let's talk geeky rather than an intro to the channel itself would be something like, for instance, my favorite movie bits from my favorite, Jim's favorite, Darren's favorite, Wendy's favorite, so we could actually clip them in for the Let's Talk Geeky. That's what I was meaning when I was saying that disaster. It's basically yes, if I was doing one, if I was doing a like one for if I was doing a movie review like I'd do occasionally, not done as many because I've been so busy getting back to work. That there is a couple of movies I want to do reviews of, and if I'm doing a review on my Todd, yeah, that's the type of ones I would like to do. So I could do that, but it would have to be because it would only be myself, Muggy, and that's the type of thing. Yes, I would slide those in as part of the review and then do the titles and stuff like that. However,
But you see, I'd love to use myself within shots and everything, but I have a face that is best used for radio, and
yeah,
I got a voice that is best enjoyed on mute.
no, I've got that's I know what you're saying. I've got a voice for photographs, and I've got a face for radio.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well, we're both in the same boat on that one.
yeah.
But no,
Wait to see what I really look like.
no, I like the visual effects, the playing around and everything, and I can even take a still photograph and make it like pop out in 3D and everything. Doesn't take me too long, but obviously I want the material, I want the ideas because I'm one of those useless guys that I never get the idea, but if someone tells me, "Oh, hey, I have this cool thingy, this picture. What if you do this and it's popped out and it runs away?" It's like, fine, I can do that. But I will never be the individual that comes up with that idea, which is a weird thing because I do feel myself being a creative person, but I do realize that that's literally my limit. I don't come up with the unique idea. I just figure out how to deliver the idea.
Yeah, I'm just actually trying to find something. Hold on, give me 2 secs. I'm going to switch the camera for a second or two.
What did you
Just-
break now?
No, I've not broke anything. I'm just actually looking for something that saves you actually see my page.
You working in IT, you're breaking about 50 things a day.
No, I'm a good boy. It's just
Really?
actually, I'm just trying to check something. Just it saved me people actually seeing my head go from side to side. So it's easier doing it this way. So I just want to check, see if this works. See if it does. Yeah, that doesn't work. Where is it? I'm just hoping that it's just something because I was actually trying to remove my mask.
Let's see what
It's
you
just
got.
one of these days I'm going to actually try and do this to see if it works. Right. Okay. Right. I think that's it. But you need to bear with me on this. So I need to actually check something. Right. Okay. Set. Right. Come on, bloody stop. This stupid thing's not working properly.
Sounds like StreamYard for you.
It is. It's actually messing up. Right. Okay. Let's see if this works now. Okay. So how does that look? Does that look a bit better? This is me without my mask on.
I don't know. It looks like you've been on holiday. You look a lot younger than you usually are.
It's the same amount of hair.
And I would say, no, you actually have more hair now.
Yeah.
Much like 10 years ago or something.
Yep. So I'll need to put my camera back on. Sorry, my face back on. So it's just that wee face changing thingy, my bob. So I used to have Christopher Reeve, my Superman one, but I thought Superman actually doesn't really work.
Whatever you did, it literally shaved 2 decades of your misspent life.
Mm-hmm. It's a beard that does that.
I have to agree, but I also have to disagree. I have okay. This is slightly trimmed down. I do believe I had a little bit more beard, but it was early in the morning, and suddenly it's like bam, 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 bam on my front door, and it's just going. Why are you knocking my door? I, I've been out with my mates and my missus and everyone. We're hungover. It's Sunday morning. Where it's like
No, guys, he was
bam,
going to say
bam,
Saturday, which
bam,
means it'd be night
bam.
shift after the night from work.
And I open the front door and it's just going, what? What the hell do you want? And there is this, shall we say, clean shaven, well dressed, book carrying people. I shall
People
not
who
say
look at
who the book.
a slice of bread and want to witness it. I hope it's witness.
Something along the line of that, but they just have one look at me and just going, you're not above the age of 18, are you? Just go. It is neither a yes or no. It's just like, what kind of question is that? But all I can literally muster is a, and they just walk away, and I just go, fine. My wife wakes me up a couple of hours later and is like, you just chased off Jehovah's Witnesses by proclaiming that as a 35-year-old man, you were not 18 years old with this kind of beard.
Yeah, just sorry, the dog was actually causing havoc.
Oh, was he snoring again?
He was, but he got up and decided that he wasn't warm enough. So he basically was scrubbing at the chair, trying to get the cover nice and comfy. So what I did was I got up and I sorted the cover and put a cover over him. So he's actually went back to sleep now. So he's lying with a cover over him. So yeah, on the chair. And I mean,
Yeah.
I might. So guess what, Kelly? Basically, my dog loves his sleep as well. And there's Cam Cam.
Yeah.
Hiya.
Cam has been brave enough to join us.
Yes.
I don't know how he has the stamina, but he seems to be everywhere I go.
Yep. See, all these nutcases that join us. Sorry, we're the nutcases of the nutcases. They've chose to join
No,
us. So yes,
we're the nutcases. They're just the one just tuning in to just go, what's
they're-
going on?
they come in to watch the deterioration of the brain cells of the two hosts. Once the brains are gone, Wendy, then we can actually just let loose and actually show the brainless. It's terrible. So, where were we? What were we talking about? Well, we were talking about movies. Let's try and circle back. We don't want to talk about Game of Thrones. Sorry, Wheel of Time, because we're covering that tomorrow, 8 o'clock on this channel. We will cover the shit show that is the Game of Thrones. I know I'm a wee bit biased, but I can't help myself.
I know we're gonna have to push through that. I've already seen it.
I know you have.
Got no comments at
But
this
that one
point.
there, being a Russian one, I can barely read anything other than English. Actually, I can barely read English. I'm Scottish after all. We use the proper term. However, all I know is it says Batalushka.
Yep. He goes the same on the backside. But I'm so looking forward to this. I mean, I can see that well, whatever this is, a crypt, a
That's what I would say.
mausoleum,
It looks like a
a
bit of a horror.
churchyard, something.
But I
I
could say
can
it was a horror
see,
based on the wording. It looks like it was in blood red.
yes, I can see this looks like uncomfortable medical scene. I have no idea what's going on in here, but hey, it was 5 pence. It was 5 pence. I'll give it a shot. If it's the worst thing I've ever seen, I still have paid like 1/40th of any current Marvel film.
Yeah. The thing is, basically it's getting a case of getting. So try something. There's nothing wrong if it costs you 5p. Get it for a couple of pence. There's no loss. If you drop £5 in 5 pence in a car, you wouldn't actually turn the car upside down trying to find it. It's not.
Exactly.
Right.
No, yes. Could I have used those 5p to
Right.
make some good food or buy another can of beer? Well,
I've just got the
a
other
slight
dog.
portion of beer, but I just went. It's like I got two James Bonds, obviously in foreign language. Don't know if they're default dubbed to the language or whatever it is.
Yeah.
But that one, I was just like, actually, this looks interesting. And like I said, I've been stumbling across quite a few Russian films lately that have really surprised me. It's like, wow, this is really well made. And for any late joiners, or if you guys are still sticking with us,
That is Benji.
you definitely have more Red Bulls than I've had. But I Am Dragon, I highly recommend you go check that out on Amazon Prime. It's a Russian film. It does not live up to your expectation, but it is a good film.
Yeah, basically it sounds ideal. So
Yeah.
these two are floating around.
And there is a left hook that will finally answer the question that you're going, will it, won't it, will it, won't it, will it, won't it?
There you go. What's your drink of choice? Iron brew.
I
Or
had
if it's
Iron Brew, but
alcoholic,
I
it's
have moved on
Daniels.
to cider later on because I'm
If it's
definitely
alcoholic, it's Jack Daniels for me. But Iron brew, hands down. I drink a lot of the stuff all the time.
My recent favorite is Highland Park Viking Honor, but it isn't
I
something you
wonder
drink
why.
like you chug down. You have a glass. That's all.
Right. You need to review a film in your channel. Eventually we will, but we did Nightmare Before Christmas. Right, hold on. I'm going to review The Pup That Came Home. The two of them I actually think they're came up because I think they need the loo, so they're actually trying to get me to come off. Dog
Well,
jumpers say I'm
I will
only
give
here for the
this.
food.
You should be able to find my channel by just searching Jim the Viking.
We'll put a link
I
in.
haven't started yet, but one of the first things I will be tackling is the
TV show The Viking.
maladaptation of Wheel of Time.
I hope he's
And I
not going to
will maybe possibly be talking about there are a lot of 5 stars, and believe I know you will not believe me, PJ.
right.
There's a lot of
That's the
5
link.
stars on Wheel of Time on Amazon. So not Rotten Tomatoes or anything.
It doesn't
On
surprise
Amazon
me.
itself, then they go, oh yeah, I've read this book since the 90s. This is an amazing TV show from the book. And it's like just going, you haven't read the books at all, have you? The TV show and the book have nothing to do with each other.
Yeah, I know they've got the same character
And by
names.
the
That's
way,
it.
fair warning, I will be using a lot of F bombs and whatnot on
Yeah.
my channel.
Yeah. Anyway, disaster area. The dog's jumper said, "I'm only here for the food." I've got my Christmas jumper which says, "I'm only here for the beer." It's exactly the same. So yes, I look the exact same as my dogs. Unfortunately, I look the exact same as my dogs when I'm wearing it. Name the movie that is. So Gillian is saying, didn't catch the name of the movie. The movie we were looking at tonight was Nightmare Before Christmas. Is that the one?
Yeah. That's the one we reviewed.
No, I'm saying that's
But
that the one that Kelly was talking about.
if Kellynch, if you're
And that's
asking about
yeah.
the one I was picking up, I just found it at the charity shop. I have no clue what this
I'm sure it
film
said,
is.
is that not Baba Balushka or something like Babalushka?
Babushka,
Batau.
Bechu,
Batabushka.
Batao, Bachubatao.
Something like that.
I don't speak Russian, so if
Yeah,
any
well,
Russian ever watch this,
what I'll do is
please
I'll ask my
pardon
daughter.
me.
I'll ask my daughter. Maybe she'll be able to tell us. She speaks Russian. But that's the link to Jim's channel. He's got 8 subs, so get over and give him more.
8 subs? I had
You-
4 subs this morning.
I
What
know
happened?
I sub, so you'll get 8 subs. So you have.
Oh,
'Cause
now
remember,
now
Wendy
I'm
and
feeling the pressure.
well, you'll have had Wendy and I coming over as well. So 9 subs. Some good. I cannot read the box. I know the box is the same idea. We couldn't read it, so we had the same issue. Jim, put it up and I'll put you on full screen.
The DVD box. Like Kellynch was saying, I don't speak Russian or anything, but I do know Spasiba, Nastarovia, Niet, da. but this is the one that I picked up. And I will flip it around.
Flipping it around, there's wee thing, there's still a wee bit blurred, so you can't read them, even if you could read them.
I'm trying to get the camera to get.
They're too small. I get that issue occasionally.
Yeah. But it's the best I can do because it's like literally a super slim box.
Yeah, there you go.
So,
This is just sub. So Jim, you start getting stuff out. Apart from he's got his intro up there and Elite Dangerous boarding the Ginosh. I'm assuming that's a game because I watched it. I had no idea what was
yes.
happening.
Oh wow, that was a massive prank. Well, I
You're up
wouldn't
to
say
10.
prank by the game developers because there was Elite Dangerous is basically you're a spaceship captain. You can travel anywhere in the known galaxy. Now, here's the kicker: the game developers have actually mapped our known galaxy, so it's kind of accurate. The planets, solar systems, planets we know, and everything.
Yeah.
But
Well,
there was a small region that no one could ever enter except for this big community that was allowed to have a super ship. And they were going, okay, we're parking outside this region that you cannot go into, and we will go into a planet that you cannot go into. Well, the developers just went, sorry, we have a story to tell. You cannot go here just yet. So instead of jumping 750 light years, you jumped about 10. And then you got gangbanged by aliens, literally just destroying your ships. All the money you spent, everything you had, gone in a second. The
Yep.
thing is, the developers actually told people ahead of time, if you do this, you might lose everything you have. And this is exactly what happened. But it was still an amazing event. And the reason I filmed or like recorded that is because by the time I managed to land my ship, park it, and get into the capital ship, that was literally about 4 minutes before the deadline.
Yeah. Well, you've got 2 new subs. Alien Disaster Area. You've got now up to 10 subs.
I got 100 and what would that become? 125% subscription. I don't even have content on my channels yet.
You've got
guys.
2
Like,
things.
please
You've got your
hold
Elite
on.
Dangerous and your thing, mate, and we're waiting for your first one to come on.
Right, my first one will be an initial thinking of Wheel of Times, but because I know my friend PJ here isn't as up to speed as I am, it will still be spoiler free, but it will give you where I think things have gone wrong. I have, if I open up my script writing, I have 91 lines slash paragraphs of my thinking.
Well, I'm actually tempted. I've been so tempted a couple of times to actually just fire up at night and actually just rant about this episode 1 because, believe it or not, although I went off in one, that's not even covering
Oh,
most
you're
of my
wasting your
feelings about it.
firepower on episode 1.
Basically, it's just because it's so annoyed me, so got me heated up. A couple of times I just want to go on just so I can rant about it.
I mean,
And that's just the first
you,
episode.
you have plenty. I've kept it light, even though I probably got about good 20 minutes worth of script notes. You have everything that is wrong with Perrin. You have everything that is wrong with Matt. You have everything that is wrong with Rand. Everything that's wrong with Egwene. Everything that's wrong with Nynaeve. Everything that's wrong with Moiraine. Lan. Any of the pivotal
Well, tell us about
village
Master.
characters.
Tell us about Master Luhan.
Where is he in the TV show?
He's
Master
not in it.
Luan is the
Master
one that
Luhan
is
has been
training
removed.
Perrin.
Master Luhan has been removed. His wife was put in his place, and although, accordingly, Brandon Sanderson says he disagrees with the fact that Perrin had a wife. If he had killed Master Luhan in the same way, it would have just been as impactful. But they decided rather than having Master Luhan teach them, they wanted a woman to teach them. So that's why he's married. So it wasn't. He didn't kill.
What is Lila teaching Perrin? Because Perrin is a no good, lazy bum.
Oh, she's the master. She's a master. The master
Blacksmith.
blacksmith. That was the word I was looking for. He's the master. She's the master blacksmith teaching him. He's her apprentice. But the fact is, according to Brandon Sanderson, he was more a case of he would rather have Master Luhan was the one that Perrin killed. So at least they were sticking to the story and they weren't.
Perrin kills nobody on
Of course he
Beltane.
doesn't, but the fact that he's trying to justify it by saying he would have preferred them to kill one of the other characters, which never happened in the book. So in effect, he's turning around and saying is, I would have changed it anyway. So all they've done is no listen to me. You wouldn't have kept it the same. You were changing it. So the fact is, you were changing it, quite happy to change it. Shows
This
you
is
had no respect.
so frustrating. Perrin, apprentice blacksmith to Master Luan, a master blacksmith. He's a very good blacksmith, even though he's literally in the butt end of nowhere. He's very good for what he does. Perrin is training under him. Perrin has been given an axe that a traveling soldier with another merchant, one of the very few that comes through, the soldier just refused to pay for it. So Perrin has been given this axe. Perrin is diligent, hardworking, doing everything that is required in a blacksmith. Think of it as Pirates of the Caribbean. The Orlando Bloom, the blacksmith that fights Jack Sparrow in the beginning. He's meticulous. He knows where all the tools is and everything. That is Perrin, only 20 years earlier. But whenever Perrin has the free time, he practices with this gift he's been given by Master Luan, this axe that was supposed to be given to a well-trained soldier guarding a merchant. But he's training with it day and night. I don't believe that he accidentally would just chop a friend up. The backstory he already has before Beltane or Winter Nights happens, he knows how to handle an axe perfectly. He may not be martial artist or warrior level, but he's been practicing so many hours that if he swings an axe, it's very unlikely he would do any harm unless he really meant it.
But even the stupidness of it, even the fact that people might take it into account. Yes, he accidentally killed his wife. You're sitting there thinking, right, okay, so let's just say he's married. Let's just say he accidentally killed his wife. So that very next day, somebody says, right, you have to come with us. And he's going to go, okay then, I'll leave my wife and my dead wife and baby that I killed. No problem, I'll go.
There is not even a burial for his wife.
Exactly. Before the burial, but that's what I'm saying. So she died the night before, and then she says, we have to go there after you. Okay. No emotion, nothing. Okay. I didn't just kill my wife and child. Okay, I'll go. No problem. And then you're actually meant to actually believe that this. So in effect, you've effectively says Heron's a psycho because he has zero feelings about his wife and child. So okay, we'll go. So are you going to actually believe anything he does after that? Because he's a
But
psycho. So if he says, "I
it
feel
is
sorry for
also
that,"
the complete opposite of what Perrin is in the book.
but even if that's what I'm saying. If you're ignoring what the book is and just taking their program effectively says is Heron's a psycho. He just killed his wife and his kid, and somebody said you have to come with us. He went okay. So the next time something happens and he says, "I feel it. I really feel close to you. I want to protect you." Do we believe him? So when he's stuck with Egwene with the white cloaks, is he actually going to do anything to save her?
This is where the TV show is amazingly unraveling. As in, it's literally going in any path than the amazing journeys they're being brought along. And apologies, but I don't think the TV show will ever touch on this. Egwene and Perrin get separated from the rest of the group. They do meet the Luathan, the traveling folks, the folk of the leaves, or everything. They're very friendly. They're peaceful. They mean no harm, but they feel not so secure because they have experienced Trollocs and everything. It's been chaos in their life, so they have trouble trusting them. So they run away from that. And I'm not sure if this is where Perrin actually meets the Wolf Master, whose name I'm forgetting.
No,
But
he meets Alan, I think it is. He meets
yeah,
him
yeah, yeah.
before.
They meet him, but
They
just
meet him
after that, they
before.
do get captured by the
Yes,
White Cloaks.
yes, but he meets him before they get Stigmate and before he meets the traveling people. So he
Oh,
meets
so
them
that's
when
before. Yeah,
he's tracking them because they get separated from Moiraine after Shadar Logoth,
yes.
and the two of them decide to go straight over what the map would said is just spare ground. There's nothing in between, and they thought maybe they'd find somebody in basically ask directions, and he's the one that tracks them and then eventually they find him sitting ready with all the food, and he
Yes,
effectively
well,
the
not,
boy.
not all the food. It's basically been the what is it? The three wolves. So it's
No, he
the
basically
leader
kills
wolf
somebody there.
that is going. I'm curious about these humans. Then you have Scar or Burn or whatever it
It was
is.
Burn.
But Burn definitely doesn't trust them. But by the way, these names they're wolves, and Perrin's magic is he's a wolf talker, a wolf whisperer, if you like. He can understand them, and they can understand him, but he's struggling with the fact that this cannot be real because he's been a blacksmith his entire life. This isn't what happens to a
But
normal
you can
person.
guarantee in the TV show he'll accept it like that, no problem, and he'll start telling them what to do. You can guarantee it because there is apart from the names, there is nothing in common, and because there's got nothing in common, the fact is he's just left the village with his wife and his unborn child. He just killed, haven't been buried yet, and Moraine said, "You have to come with me," and he's went, "Okay." So when him and Egwene get separated, is he going to do anything to save her? Because after all, he doesn't care about his wife and his child that he just killed. So why would he care about a girl he just grew up with?
Well, but
So
this
in a
is the
sense, he's
thing.
fine.
How do you balance that? So, on one end, you have a very humble, uh, deliberate individual, because Perrin is often being considered stupid or slow-witted, but he's an individual that he takes his time to make an accurate judgment, an accurate decision. He doesn't jump in passionately. yes, he has rage within him, and it sometimes boils to the surface, but he's so heavily trying to suppress this. This is why people think, oh, he's stupid, he's slow, he's retarded. But no, it isn't. When he speaks, he has taken the time to go A, B, C, D, anything that can happen in this. And when he speaks, there is no mistake, there is no anything. But now he's becoming, I wouldn't say king of the wolves, but the wolves are starting to recognize that, hang on, this is one of the very few unique individuals that can actually talk to us. He could easily command or tell the wolves, that's a bad village. He could slaughter hundreds of people just having the wolves run through it, which is what we see when the white cloaks actually manage to try and capture him, because they are freaking out. Well-trained soldiers, warriors, are getting decimated when they're trying to capture Perrin and Egwene.
Look, have you frozen again? It looks like Jim's crashed. So what's happened there? Is it Jim or is it me? So who's kicked out? Jim, you have crashed. He was talking about Wheel of Time, the books, not the TV show. And the problem is the TV show's not going to actually work very well based on the books. So the fact that we know what the books are going to do, we could actually do what's different compared to the TV show and the books. However, there's no way on earth we could even judge how good the TV show is, because it is based on the first episode. There is certain things that are not going to work very well. So Jim's obviously bounced. Something's happened to his machine. He's probably his machine's crashed. It happens occasionally on that. So what we'll do is I'm going to be finishing up shortly anyway. It's just coming up for 2:05. We've been going for just over 5 hours, which is a good time. So what I'll do is say Kelly, Disaster, and Cam, Colin earlier on, Wen, Darren, and the Captain, Cockney, and who else? We've had a few in. So some earlier on in, and I'm just trying to catch their names because we had a few. Kelly Chow, and there we go. The adorable Mr. Hyde, even though I can't say I could pronounce that well. And we had, who else did we have? There's Keely Chow, and obviously we had our weirdo porno guy with his weird names on, and Apolloman's Minion, and I have no idea if I pronounced that properly. But yeah, Jim's completely frozen and he went out. So all I can say is,
Poor Jim.
Poor Jim. And I don't know if my headphones are working, so I can't even actually tell if that's it. I think that's what the problem is. There you go. So I'm hoping I've not been squeaking the whole time because of this.
so
Poor Jim. He got frozen out. Nothing to do with me at all. So, ha 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 ha.
I love it. You guys are so great.
So, guys, I'm going to finish up there. We've bounced everybody. Jim's just come back in. We'll let him come in and say good night. So,
Good night, everybody. I have no idea. My computer just decided to completely freeze.
it's a 2 o'clock thing. Just said, "Bugger it, I'm leaving. I'm out of here." No, it probably
Clearly, my
2 o'clock
computer
on the button. It
doesn't
actually
have the
crashed.
amount of energy I do.
Yeah, but guys, thank you again. And as I said earlier,
I love it. You guys are so great.
you are. thank you very much, and thank you very much for sticking with us so late. 5 hours and still up and running, and it's 2 o'clock. I'm going to go for a cigarette. 4 more weeks and counting that I'm cigarettes, maybe 5. I think it's the end of
I
December.
have delivered my Christmas promise. I'm now expecting you to deliver yours.
I'm aiming to finish smoking by the end of December because with my grandkid on the way, I'm going to make sure my house doesn't smell of smoke. I'm going to make sure I don't smell of smoke. So when the kids come up, the house is going to be smoke free and stinky free. So that's why I'm
Come
doing it.
on, a granddaddy should always have a certain kind of charisma and smell. And
Well, I've got my geeky smell, that'll do. But no, I don't want to smoke around the kids. So, and that's because that's the only way I know I'll stop. I've had other excuses in the past. I've never managed to stop. I stopped for about 6 months, and then I decided, yeah, I'll enjoy it. So I know I enjoy it, but it's not healthy for the kids. So I will stop it. Pardon me, pick up this. So
excuse you.
exactly. So what I will say is, join us tomorrow, 8 o'clock, like 8 o'clock UK time, for Wheel of Time episode 2 discussion and destruction. Although, is it that bad that I'm going to destroy it? Too feckin' right it is. However,
I am trying to say that yes, you can watch the show.
yes, and I must admit, I had no idea what that means. Bonjour.
Bonsoir too. So good evening to all.
Good evening to all. Right. Cam, thank you anyway for joining us. And I am aware that we've all got a family. I'm here to help my family because that way I don't need to talk to them. You guys get me.
He's still got 20
He's having a
degrees
smoke outside,
Fahrenheit.
and it's
That's tropical compared to where we are.
well, basically, I'm going to go outside for a cigarette, 2 o'clock in the morning, and there's ice on the floor outside my house.
Well, you're getting hit by snow. You're in
Yeah.
Scotland. You're just gonna get like 10,
Yeah, it's
what,
t-shirt weather.
70 feet
Yeah,
of snow.
it's t-shirt weather. So it is. Still nice
Well,
outside, but
I'm
it's
not
t-shirt
gonna
weather.
stand up, but I'm still wearing shorts. But
Well, it's t-shirt weather
I'm not gonna
outside.
show that on cam.
So, but join us tomorrow, 8 o'clock for Wheel of Time discussion of episode 2. Thank you all for sticking with us for such a long time, and we'll be back on Wednesday, myself, Jim, and Wayne. So for now, for tonight, ladies and gents, boys and girls, ladles and jelly spoons, whatever you want to call yourself, lads and lassies, remember, I'm not old, I'm classic. PJ maybe, and Jim,
And I'm even more classy.
good night.